I think we're about to start, so I urge all of you to take your seats and we can get our forum going. Dear colleagues, friends, dear Deputy Speaker Jamal Fahno, President Pacheco, Secretary General Shungong, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a pleasure to be opening this 35th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. This 146th IPU assembly brought together a record number of participants, many of whom are women, many, but not enough. This session only has 33% of members of parliament who are women. This proportion is much lower, I'm saddened to say, than in the previous years. This is something for us to take away and make conclusions of. Nonetheless, I'm confident that the work of the forum will remain fruitful and efficient. Today, we will be discussing important topics. In the morning, cybersecurity and how it affects women and girls all over the world. With the growth of technology and the many benefits it brings, the social media has brought new ways and new means by which women are harassed and threatened. What starts off as just words of abuse online, virtually, almost always transcends into the offline, into the real world, causing psychological trauma, sometimes even physical harm, and demoralizing further activities of women, and also serving as negative case studies of why women and girls feel disincentivized to pursue leadership roles and play a level game in the decision-making field. I very much hope that through the shared experience and best practices, we can make the resolution on cybersecurity better, but also learn from each other and maybe even begin to tackle some of the problems that we have in our national parliaments with the new experiences and the new ideas we bring back with us. In the afternoon, our discussion will focus on a broader topic of parliamentary leadership and addressing insecurity and crisis. I think we owe it to ourselves not only to be preaching to the choir by having a predominantly women-led discussion, but to get more men on board and participating in the solution seeking. So if you haven't yet done so, speak to your political groups and address the issues in your delegations to get more male colleagues, more male MPs participating in the discussion. Finally, I'd like to point out and draw special attention to some of the emergency items resolutions that will be discussed in the Assembly later. Two of these resolutions, at least so far, are addressing the deterioration of rights of women and girls across the globe. Corrupt authoritarian governments, countries waging wars of aggression, believing themselves to be more equal than others, have led to immense suffering of the most vulnerable groups in society, and women are always among them. The cases of women and girls who are suffering from the Taliban, who are suffering from being almost completely excluded from society in countries like Afghanistan and Iran, the Russian army using sexual violence and rape as weapons in their aggressive war against Ukraine. These are all cases that must be put to light, that must be discussed, and that must be dealt with at the highest global political level. And it is our duty as a community of world parliamentarians, world leaders, to encourage ways and means for perpetrators of injustices, of grave war crimes, and crimes against humanity to be brought to justice. I therefore also call on you, colleagues, to show solidarity with the women, our sisters, who are suffering at the hands of tyrants, and to support these very important emergency resolutions on the rights of women and girls globally. With this, I wish us all a fruitful day, a great discussion, and a very, very important work that we are about to set off on. I also welcome any comments from the floor. I see a delegate from Rwanda.
Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Representative of the Council of Representatives, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, dear colleagues, I would like, first of all, to thank our gracious Bahraini hosts for their warm welcome and hospitality since our arrival. I requested the floor in my capacity of a member of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians to nominate Ms. Hala Ramzi Fayez, member of the Shura Council of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the first Vice President of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians to preside over this 35th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Representative from Uruguay.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Quiero saludar a los miembros de la mesa. Comparto poder hacer público el agradecimiento a todas las autoridades que nos han recibido aquí en Bahrein por la calidez en el recibimiento y lo fantástico de la organización. Pero he pedido la palabra especialmente para poder apoyar el planteo que ha hecho mi compañera del Foro de Mujeres y reforzar la posibilidad de la nominación de la señora Hala Ramzi Fayez para presidir esta 35ª sesión de nuestro foro aquí en Bahrein, porque consideramos que esa capacidad que la distingue en el Shura Council, realmente siendo además importante que una mujer de Bahrein con su capacidad pueda ser la presidenta de nuestra asamblea, queremos precisamente fortalecer la propuesta y acompañar la misma y de alguna manera invitar a todos y todas a poder llevar adelante con nuestro voto este acompañamiento de moción. Gracias, señores de la mesa.
Gracias. Thank you for these nominations, honorable members from Rwanda and from Uruguay. And with this, I proceed to offer to our forum to support the nomination of Ms. Hala Fayez, who is a member of the Shura Council of Bahrain and also the first vice president of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, to preside over this forum. If there are no oppositions to this, and I see none, I suggest that the forum adopt these suggestions and this nomination by acclamation. Ms. Fayez, I invite you to take over the forum, and it is a pleasure to welcome you. And again, thank you to Bahrain for welcoming all of us. We have enjoyed here nothing but warmth and hospitality. And thank you for providing the opportunity.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm really honored to be presiding over this forum today, the 35th session of the Forum. I'm happy to see you all here. I welcome you all to Bahrain. I wish you a very pleasant stay, and hopefully we'll have a very fruitful discussion today with your contributions, valuable contributions. Let me start first by welcoming you, but excuse me, it will be in Arabic. First of all, سعادة النائب الأول لرئيس مجلس الشورى الأستاذ جمال فخرو، سعادة رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، سعادة الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الإخوة والأخوات الأعزاء، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي في مستهل افتتاح الدورة 35 لمنتدى النساء البرلمانيات أن ألقي على مسامعكم هذه الكلمة إذاناً لانطلاق أعمال منتدى النساء البرلمانيات، حيث أود أن أغتنم هذه الفرصة للترحيب بكم في مملكة البحرين ضيوفاً كراماً أعزاء، حيث مملكة البحرين التي هي نموذج عالمي رائد للتسامح الديني والتعايش المشترك بين مختلف الأديان والطوائف. فمملكة البحرين تؤكد دائماً على أهمية تكريس ثقافة الحوار والتعايش واحترام الآخر بين جميع مكونات المجتمع، باعتبارها الركيزة الأساسية والرئيسية في استقرار المجتمعات وتقدمها. والجميع مطالبون بتعميم هذه المبادئ ضمن إطار عام من الحرية الرأي والتعبير والفكر والمعتقد، وترسيخ الوسطية ونشر قيم السلام والعدالة والتعايش المشترك. فأهلاً وسهلاً بكم في واحة الأمن والاستقرار واحترام حقوق الإنسان. السيدات والسادة، إن إشراك المرأة في كافة الاستراتيجيات والخطط المعدة لمجابهة الأزمات والتحديات العالمية مطلب حيوي ينبغي لكافة البرلمانات السعي الدؤوب لتحفز المناخات الملائمة لتحقيقه، والعمل على دفع كافة الأطراف لتبنيه في إطار المنظومة الدولية، خصوصاً مع تلك الأزمات والتحديات التي تؤثر وبصفة متباينة على النوع الجندري، لا سيما تلك المتصلة بالنزاعات المسلحة والتغييرات المناخية وقضية الأمن الغذائي والمائي، والتي تستوجب العمل معها وفق نظرة شمولية وعبر معالجات نوعية تضمن بلوغ الحلول المناسبة للجميع، حيث تعتبر النساء الحلقة الأضعف في حالات الأزمات والصراعات والحروب، إذ يتنامى كم كبير من العنف المتولد من الحروب والنزاعات المسلحة، ويقع القسط الأكبر منها على المرأة، فتأثيراتها متنوعة بين عنف مباشر وغير مباشر، منها القتل العشوائي والتعذيب والعنف الجنسي وانعدام الخدمات الأساسية كالرعاية الصحية. ومن هذا المنبر أؤكد على أهمية تعزيز مكانة المرأة في كافة الميادين، لا سيما الاقتصادية منها، من خلال برامج الإدماج في سوق العمل وقطاع الأعمال، وإيلاء اهتمام خاص بعملها خصوصاً في المناطق المهمشة والفقيرة. فتمكين المرأة اقتصادياً يعتبر شرطاً أساسياً لتمكينها سياسياً، إلى جانب تعزيز قدراتها على التصدي لمحاولات الاستغلال لغايات متطرفة ومضللة. الإخوة والأخوات، أن حفظ التنوع البيولوجي وبلوغ التكامل الشامل في الأنشطة الاجتماعية والاقتصادية يستدعي تعزيز المزيد من الفهم للأدوار التي يؤديها كل من الرجل والمرأة بناء على الاحتياجات والقدرات المختلفة التي يمتلكانها. فعلى الرغم من التقدم الذي تم إحرازه في مسيرة المساواة بين الجنسين، إلا أن هناك حاجة ملحة لاتخاذ مزيد من الخطوات لتقليص الفجوة بين الجنسين وزيادة مشاركة المرأة وتمثيلها وتمكينها على جميع المستويات.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي أن أنقل لكم تحيات معالي رئيس مجلس النواب في مملكة البحرين واعتذاره عن حضور الاجتماع لارتباطه باجتماع آخر موازن لهذا الاجتماع. وهذه الكلمة التي سألقيها عليكم هي كلمة بالنيابة عن معاليه. معالي السيد دوارتي باتشيكو رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، معالي السيد مارتن تشونغونغ الأمين العام للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، السيدة هالة فايز عضو مجلس الشورى البحريني رئيسة الدورة 35 لمنتدى النساء البرلمانيات، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرحب بكم جميعا في مملكة البحرين، ويسعدني أن تكون أول كلمة لي في الاجتماعات المصاحبة للجمعية 146 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي من خلال هذا الاجتماع الذي يقف على واحدة من أهم القضايا المرتبطة بالمساواة بين الجنسين والدور القيادي للمرأة في المجتمعات، إذ نؤمن أن المساواة بين الجنسين ركيزة أساسية للتنمية المستدامة والسلام والديمقراطية، وثمة فرص مواتية من خلال اجتماعاتنا تحت مظلة اتحاد البرلمان الدولي للخروج برؤى موحدة تخدم التوجهات المشتركة في هذا الإطار. سيادة السادة، أن لمملكة البحرين حضور مؤثر في مسار الجهود الرامية لتحقيق المساواة بين الجنسين عبر مواد دستورية وتشريعية وإجراءات تنفيذية، إيمانا بدور المرأة في مسار البناء والتطوير، حيث يمثل ذلك ركنا أساسا لنهج رسمه حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة ملك البلاد المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه لكافة مؤسسات الدولة، وضمن خطط واضحة واستراتيجيات دقيقة وأطر زمنية ساهمت في مطلع الألفية الحالية حتى الآن في انتقال المرأة من مرحلة النهوض إلى مرحلة التقدم. وحققت البحرين مكانة رائدة في المؤشرات الدولية لقياس تقدم المرأة، وكان ذلك تتويجا لجهود قادتها صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة سبيكة بنت إبراهيم آل خليفة قرينة ملك البلد المعظم رئيس المجلس الأعلى للمرأة حفظها الله. وأن آخر مؤشرات العمل الوطني في مملكة البحرين ضمن اتفاقية القضاء على كافة أشكال التمييز ضد المرأة السيداو، أن حققت المملكة نسبا متقدمة في تنفيذ الأجندة الدولية في ظل ما قامت به من مبادرات متطورة وبرامج نوعية كتفعيل نظام شامل لحوكمة تطبيقات تكافؤ الفرص والتوازن بين الجنسين، واعتماد منهجية الموازنات المستجيبة لضمان إدماج احتياجات المرأة عند إعداد وتنفيذ ميزانية العامة للدولة، وإعداد مؤشر وطني لقياس الفجوة بين الجنسين، ومرصد وطني رقمي لمؤشرات التوازن بين الجنسين. سادة السادة، إننا في مملكة البحرين نعتز ونفتخر بالمشاركة الحيوية للمرأة البحرينية في المسيرة التنموية وإسهاماتها المتميزة وحضورها الفاعل وحملها للمسؤولية بكفاءة عالية في كافة المواقع والمناصب القيادية، حيث تسجل المرأة البحرينية حضورا لافتا في الحياة السياسية، أفضى لأن يمثل اليوم 20% من إجمالي أعضاء مجلس النواب، في مرتبة تمثيل العدد للمرأة في مجلس الشورى ليصل إلى 25% من إجمالي الأعضاء، وما يؤكد مستوى شراكة المرأة البحرينية في العمل السياسي ودورها في مسار التطوير والديمقراطية. سيادة السادة، أود أن أعرب عن بالغ شكري وتقديري لسعادة السيدة هالة فايز عضو مجلس الشورى لتمثيلها مملكة البحرين في قيادة مكتب ومنتدى نساء البرلمانيات، وهو ما يعكس دور المرأة البرلمانية البحرينية في القيام بأدوار مؤثرة في إطار العمل الدولي متعدد الأطراف وما تحظى به من ثقة ومكانة وتقدير. ختاما، أتمنى للدور 35 لمنتدى النساء البرلمانيات كل النجاح والتوفيق، وأكرر شكري وترحيبي لكم في مملكة البحرين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إذا سمحتوا لي سيادة والسادة، بصفتي نائب رئيس مجلس الشورى وبصفتي رئيس اللجنة المنظمة، أوجه لكم الدعوة مساء الغد لحضور حفل العشاء الذي سيقام على شرفكم في الBIC، وأتمنى حضوركم لأننا حضرنا لكم هدية تليق بمقامكم، فنتمنى حضوركم ذلك العشاء. وأيضا لدينا يوم الاثنين الساعة 1 ظهرا ندوة خاصة ينظمها المجلس الأعلى للمرأة بعنوان تطبيقات المساواة بين الجنسين في البحرين، الإنجازات والتشريعات، ونتمنى حضوركم للاطلاع على التجربة البحرينية وربما الاستفادة منها، وشكرا.
Thank you, Mr. Fakhro, for your very formative words. I now invite Mr. Pacheco, the president of the IPU, to tell us a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President of the 35th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Mr. First Deputy President of the Shura Council, Secretary General, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, a special word for you, Madam, because I see in your face the strength of Ukrainian women that are fighting for the independence, a real independence of your country. Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, Madam Speakers, Mr. Speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be opening the Forum of Women Parliamentarians on the occasion of 146th IPU Assembly. As always, it is a pleasure to join this forum and to be with all of you here. Allow me to say, because I identify two main reasons. First, you may see in the logo of IPU, democracy for everyone. But it is impossible to get this target, democracy for everyone, if we forget half of the population of the world. It's impossible to get this target, democracy for everyone, if we don't have the participation, a complete and inclusive participation of women in politics. It's impossible to get this target of IPU that is more than 100 years old if we don't have a full representation of women in our parliaments. So this is the most important reason to be here with you during this forum. To be with you means to defend the inclusive democracy and a perfect democracy with everyone represented in our parliaments. It's my pleasure to be with all of you. But not just, and I will identify this second reason, not just because it is fair, because it should be our duty, because to have a full representation, both genders needed to be represented in our parliaments. I am here also because I identify that your participation, your ideas, or collaboration is very important to all humankind, to men and women, because I am a man, and you, majority in this room, women, we have different approach for many issues, and we complement ourselves. We don't have just the position of some part of the society. We will have the participation of all. And with different approach, we will identify the best solutions to the humankind and to solve the problems of our world. That's why also it is important, not just to have a full representation, but because this full representation means that the ideas and the approach to the problems will be more complete. And this way is very relevant, the participation of women in politics. And so we will, IPU, always be engaged to empower the participation of women in politics. And dear friends, just to prove that, a few days ago, I had the pleasure to be in New York at the annual parliamentarian meeting that IPU hosts, joined with UN Women on the occasion of the Commission on the Status of Women. Some people told me, you are crazy. You are completely crazy. Because I was with the Secretary General during the weekend in Doha. So 1 hour fly from here to Bahrain. But on Monday, I fly to New York. I arrived there at 5 p.m. to attend the meeting of UN Women and about the status of women, and came back after lunch to Bahrain. I spent less than 24 hours in New York, but I understood that it's my duty to be there. As president of IPU, it's my duty to be there, to defend the status of women, to identify that you are in the first priorities of our organization, that we together need to work together day by day to defend a better world. And the status of women is something that should be on front line of agenda of IPU. It was a physically hard, don't care. Because it was my duty, I went there. And there, with some of you that attended as well, we discussed the role of parliaments to harness the potential of technology, to drive progress on gender equality. We also discussed how this great potential of technology and digital media for democracy can be hijacked and become a tool of repression used against women and girls. The debates were enlightening, and any tech-related developments have to become gender-sensitive and gender-responsive, instead of being gender-blind. Or else, we will create gender gaps instead of bridging the too many already existing ones. Colleagues, digital media companies have not invented gender inequality, but they have allowed some actors to use digital platforms as a tool to attack the rights of their users and to undermine democracy. And some people may think, we are talking about a private activity. Digital platforms are a private business. Why the state should regulate it? Because the state has the right to regulate everything to protect the citizens. We can think about it. To have safety in our roads, the state put regulation how our cars should be with safety conditions. Is a private business? Yes, it is. But the state decides what are the essential measures for safety of the citizens and the drivers that the car should have. The same needs to be applied to this kind of digital platforms. Is a private business? Yes, it is. But to defend the citizens, we need to apply some regulations as well. Otherwise, the abuses will happen and people will be injured. And the shift to digital during COVID has exacerbated existing gender-based violence and the exposure of women and girls to sexual exploitation and trafficking. Women in politics, women journalists, human rights activists, and human rights defenders are particularly targeted by online gender-based violence, as their voices are perceived as political perspectives that should be in silence. I am pleased to see that this challenge and how, as parliamentarians, we can respond to them will be at the heart of your discussion today, as you consider from a gender perspective the important term of the next resolution of the IPU Standing Committee on Peace and International Security. Colleagues and friends, currently in the Horn of Africa, 22 million people are currently food insecure due to a historic drought that began in the late 20s. And it is expected to last for the next few months. Already more than 107 million people have left their homes in search of food and water. Such situation is a tragedy and affects regional peace and security. And war continues in Ukraine after one invasion without any justification, and in too many other parts of the world. These multiple forms of insecurity have a disproportionate impact on women and girls who become more vulnerable to gender-based violence and other violations of human rights with often no access to support systems. With this in mind, I look forward to the discussions that we will have today on how to place gender equality at the heart of water resources management, climate protection, and peace building. Sustainable development and peace will only be possible with the full participation and leadership of women. Yet, only 26.5% of parliamentarians in the world are women, and progress is slowing down instead of accelerating. Yes, but we have good news and bad news. The good one, our inquiry shows that last year, 2022, is the first year in our history where all parliaments of the world has at least one woman there. For the first time in our world. So, it's a good news, but a bad news. From 21 to 22, the representation of women just grew 0.4%. It means 0.4. That we need more than 50 years if we don't change the things to achieve the real parity in gender participation and gender representation. But we needed to work. The countries where parity has been achieved in parliaments, Rwanda, where we were a few months ago, Cuba, the United Arab Emirates, Nicaragua, New Zealand, Mexico, should inspire us, all of us, with as they resolve and their success. As I say this, dear colleagues, I cannot forget all the women and girls in the world who are being deprived of their rights and freedoms, excluded from public life, prevented from going to school and from working. I cannot forget the girls being sold and married. I cannot forget the women and girls suffering violence and abuse. I cannot forget girls that are forbidden to study, as what happened in Afghanistan. That can be something in our hearts that will cry forever. I condemn all verbal and physical harassment and all forms of violence against women and girls. Violence can never be justified, regardless of a woman's appearance, the way she dresses, or any other reasons, as we saw in Iran, for instance. Let us work together to ensure that our collective efforts as a global parliamentarian community empower women and girls to contribute to a world that desperately needs them. This is our task. I believe it will be your work today and for the next days here in Bahrain. We will not give up. We will not give up until we achieve what we wish. Equal rights for all, men and women in our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your very insightful speech, words, and we really count on your continuous support for women. Thank you. I would also like to make a small note. We know our guests here are having a very tight schedule, so please feel free to leave whenever you wish to do that. Thank you so much for being here.
Have a nice. Excuse us as well. We will have a meeting now, myself and the Secretary General, with all the chairperson of geopolitical groups together and president of the committees. But I know you are in good hands and you will have a very fruitful work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we start, I would like to invite Zaina to make an announcement.
Thank you, Madam President. I will just announce the quorum, given that this forum will be holding elections on 14 March. So there are today 68 delegations in the room at the first sitting of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. The quorum will be of 35 delegations. Another announcement unrelated to the quorum, Madam President, is that there are here in this room 185 women and 43 men. So welcome to the male members joining this forum. This forum, as you know, is open to male delegates so that gender equality is a shared responsibility and not a women's responsibility, but a male and female responsibilities. Welcome to the male delegates joining us today, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Zaina, and I'm so happy really to hear that we have this number of male colleagues, parliamentarians. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and I always say that women can only have achievements by the support of men. We work together, we don't work alone. So I really appreciate your attendance to this forum, and I'm sure your contribution will be very valuable to our discussions. Thank you. So now let's start, dear colleagues. We begin our work with the adoption of the agenda. You should have before you the agenda of the forum, which was discussed by the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians in October 2022. Do we agree to the agenda by acclamation? I see no opposition. Thank you so much. The agenda is approved. Thank you so much. We move then to the second item. We have many interesting topics on our agenda today, and I'm sure that you will have lively and interesting discussions. And just to remind you, our session today will run until 5 p.m. Going to item number 3 of our agenda, the work of Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. Let me start by inviting Ms. Mayuka Muma, member of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians from Kenya, to brief you on the work carried out by the Bureau at its last sitting. Ms. Muma.
Madam President, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to brief you on the work that the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians carried out last October in Kigali and earlier this morning here in Manama. Our Bureau stays concerned about the barriers that women in politics and in particular young women continue to face. Taking action to eradicate violence against women in politics and in parliaments and to better support our colleagues who bear the brunt of it remains at the top of our priorities. The Bureau is also actively engaged in the Generation Equality Forum Action Coalition on feminist movements and leadership. We have been involved in this intergenerational multilateral dialogue with an aim that the voices of the new generations are not only heard, but substantially reflected in policy making. Promoting young women's and girls' civic and political leadership serves to achieve more inclusive democratic institutions and to advance democracy. To reach this goal, we must ensure that the internet and social networks cease to be weapons for silencing women. This brings us to our work today as we decided to debate the draft resolution of the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security entitled Cyberattacks and Cybercrimes, the New Risks to Global Security. Our debate will focus on gender aspects of the draft resolution, and in particular on one, highlighting the ways that cyber attacks and cyber crimes target and affect women, girls, men, boys differently. Two, preventing and better addressing cyber attacks and cyber crimes against women and girls. And three, promoting the role of women in the fight against cyber attacks and cyber crimes, including female researchers working on cyber defense systems. This will allow us to consider amendments from a gender perspective to the draft resolution. We will have this debate in plenary. The Bureau agreed that Ms. Kavakshi Khan from Turkey will chair this debate, and Ms. Al-Suwaidi from the United Arab Emirates will be the rapporteur. I take it that you will agree with these proposals. Later today, this forum will be holding a debate on parliamentary leadership in addressing insecurity and crisis, putting gender equality at the center of water security, climate resilience, and peace sustainability. With this debate, our Bureau wished to put women's crucial and valuable role at the heart of any sustainable peace, strong water management, and climate protection. Let us therefore not miss this fabulous opportunity to walk the talk of the Kigali Declaration and share our good practices and challenges to promote women's leadership in addressing crisis, as well as gender responsiveness in building resilience and sustainability. Another important theme that emerged from our discussions in Kigali was the situation of elderly women. Following a proposal from our colleague of Chile, Ms. Mix, the members of the Bureau expressed their concern about multiple forms of discrimination experienced by older women as the world is experiencing unprecedented demographic aging. We decided that this should be the topic of a future discussion at the forum. Colleagues, in Manama, the forum will review half of the members of the Bureau of the Women Parliamentarians and approve a new president and 2 vice presidents. We really look forward to welcoming new members with fresh ideas and energy. Before I end this intervention, I want to take a minute to pay tribute to all outgoing members of the Bureau for the amazing work they have done. I would also like to pay special tribute to our President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, our dearest Lesia Vasielenko, who will complete her term at the end of this assembly. Can we applaud her, please? Madam President, on behalf of the members of the Bureau and on behalf of all of us here today, thank you for your strong leadership for gender equality and women's rights, and for your warm sisterhood. You have instilled great dynamism and commitment in your presidency at a time when your country has been facing a devastating conflict. It was a great honor and a great pleasure to work with you during your presidency. Colleagues, I look forward to our debates today, and I am confident that they will be extremely interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Muma. Let us now turn our attention to the participation of men and women at this 146th IPU Assembly and to the work of the Gender Partnership Group in charge of monitoring and promoting equality and gender sensitivity in the IPU structures and work. I'm very pleased to invite Ms. Kanouti from Senegal, Vice President of the IPU, member of the Executive Committee, and of the Gender Partnership Group to give us an overview of the work carried out by the group. The floor is yours, Ms. Kent.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, je vous salue en vos rangs titres, grade tout protocole respecté. Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter un compte rendu sur les travaux du groupe du partenariat. Nous nous sommes réunis hier, M. Ali Nuemi, Madame Vasilenko et moi-même, et avons commencé par examiner la composition des délégations présentes à notre Assemblée, en nous basant sur les informations à notre disposition en date du 9 mars. À Manama, chers collègues, nous battons des records positifs, mais malheureusement également moins positifs. Commençons par le positif. Chers collègues, nous avons 239 femmes parlementaires annoncées à cette Assemblée. C'est le plus grand nombre en chiffre absolu jamais atteint à une Assemblée en présentiel. En termes de pourcentage, nous sommes à 33%. C'est dans la moyenne des dernières années. Ce qui est plus inquiétant, chers honorables collègues, c'est que 25 délégations de 2 membres ou plus sont venues sans membres des 2 sexes. Là aussi, c'est un record. Nous n'avons jamais atteint un tel niveau et nous ne devons pas relâcher nos efforts. Le groupe a aussi pris note que 35 délégations présentes sont équilibrées, c'est-à-dire qu'elles ont entre 40% et 60% de femmes. C'est un peu moins qu'à Kigali et représente 26% des délégations. Nous devons continuer sur cette voie. Enfin, comme vous le savez, honorables collègues, à l'initiative de notre groupe, nous avons obtenu l'accord du conseil directeur de l'UIP à Kigali de développer une politique contre le harcèlement, y compris le harcèlement sexuel, à nos assemblées et autres réunions de l'UIP, et ce en nous calquant sur le modèle de code de conduite des Nations Unies. Fort de cette décision, nous avons commencé le travail sur un texte plus développé et espérons pouvoir finaliser cela pour notre prochaine Assemblée. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Ms. Kanuti, for this very informative work. We congratulate the group on its work and to lead and fight against all forms of harassment and violence against women. Colleagues, let us now turn our attention to recent gender equality activities carried out by the IPU. The focus will fall on the parliamentary meeting held on 7th March on the occasion of the Commission on the Status of Women, an example of follow-up to the Kigali Declaration adopted at the 145th Assembly, and third, this year's IPU report on women in Parliament and map on women in politics. To start, I invite with Ms. Véronica Gautin, member of the French National Assembly, president of the Delegation on Equality and member of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, to report on the parliamentary meeting that she carried on behalf of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians at the CSW.
Merci Madame la Présidente, chers collègues. J'ai le plaisir de vous faire un compte-rendu de la réunion parlementaire organisée conjointement par l'UIP et ONU Femmes à l'occasion de la 60e session de la Commission de la condition de la femme. La réunion s'est tenue il y a tout juste quelques jours, le 7 mars, au siège des Nations Unies à New York. Elle a réuni 75 parlementaires de 23 pays ainsi que d'autres parties prenantes. La réunion a porté sur un thème crucial, à savoir le rôle des parlements dans la promotion à l'égalité des sexes grâce à la technologie. La réunion a été ouverte par M. Duarte Pacheco, notre président, et Mme Sarah Hendricks, directrice de la division des programmes, des politiques et des affaires intergouvernementales d'ONU Femmes. J'ai eu le plaisir de présider cette session en matinée et notre collègue Lilia Quartapelle, membre du comité des droits de l'homme des parlementaires de l'UIP, a présidé l'après-midi. Les débats ont mis en évidence 3 domaines dans lesquels les parlements peuvent et doivent se mobiliser pour veiller à ce que les progrès technologiques respectent les droits des femmes et des filles et fassent progresser l'égalité des sexes. J'ai envie de dire à la fois le côté positif de la technologie et puis la vigilance que nous devons avoir. Premièrement, nos parlements doivent veiller à ce que l'innovation technologique soit menée par les femmes et favorise leur autonomisation. C'est un outil d'émancipation. Nous devons inciter davantage de femmes à étudier les sciences, la technologie, l'ingénierie et les mathématiques, de façon à ce qu'elles soient plus présentes dans les filières techniques et les métiers, mais aussi adopter des mesures positives en matière d'allocation des ressources, de financement pour les marchés publics, de manière à voir émerger davantage de femmes dans ce domaine, particulièrement dans l'entrepreneuriat féminin. Je pense ici aux start-up. Deuxièmement, nos parlements doivent faire davantage pour lutter contre la violence à l'égard des femmes et des filles qui sont facilitées par la technologie. Nous devons légiférer contre toutes les formes d'abus tout en veillant à des mécanismes d'application qui soient efficaces. Cela doit comprendre tous les types d'atteintes sexistes qui sont commises en ligne et que le droit soit le même dans la vie réelle que dans l'application en ligne. Je pense ici à l'exploitation sexuelle, la sextorsion, la vengeance pornographique qui cible principalement les femmes et les filles. La violence en ligne à l'encontre des femmes parlementaires requiert aussi des mesures spécifiques tant dans la loi que dans les procédures internes des parlements. Enfin, il faut que nos parlements améliorent leur compréhension, leur potentiel d'emploi des technologies dans leurs propres travaux. La pandémie de Covid-19 a fait apparaître les nombreux avantages que nous avions à travers ces différents modes hybrides dans les parlements. Il faut continuer ces avancées. Cette souplesse de travail, cette diversité de procédures nous offre évidemment la possibilité d'être plus proche de la population et de mieux concilier nos responsabilités familiales et nos carrières politiques. Voici une feuille de route, mes chers collègues, que je nous invite toutes et tous à mettre en œuvre dans nos propres parlements respectifs. Voilà pour les travaux que nous avons conduits à New York cette semaine. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ghoutan, for this very informative report, and I'm pleased to see that our activities in New York has resumed again in person. I now invite Ms. Claudia Mix, Member of the Parliament from Chile and member of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, to report on advancing implementation of the Kigali Declaration on Gender-Sensitive Parliaments.
Ahí sí. Bueno, primero, obviamente, agradecer la posibilidad de presentar esta iniciativa, saludar a la mesa del Buró del Foro de Mujeres Parlamentarias, a quienes nos dejan y también a quienes van a asumir las responsabilidades en esta mesa directiva. Y tal como lo han dicho nuestras compañeras de la mesa, efectivamente nosotros como país ya hemos traído también una presentación. No sé si será posible que la habíamos compartido previamente, si es que la pueden poner. Es muy cortita, pero en el fondo lo que hace es que concreta un compromiso de nuestro país a propósito no solo de la declaración de Kigali, sino también, así como la vez pasada, también pudimos compartir con ustedes los protocolos de acoso de nuestro Parlamento, traducidos en varios idiomas. Hemos traído este libro que lo que hace es resumir la experiencia, el avance y los desafíos de nuestro país, del Parlamento de Chile, respecto a la perspectiva de género. Parlamento sensible al género hoy día es un desafío para todos los parlamentos de Chile. Y este libro, que ha sido un trabajo de compilación al alero de la vicepresidencia que me tocó tener el año pasado, Y este libro entonces tiene dos partes importante. La primera, que hace mención a los avances en Latinoamérica respecto de los parlamentos sensibles al género, el caso chileno obviamente, y finalmente la segunda parte del libro lo que hace, y pretendemos compartir con todas ustedes, todas las iniciativas legislativas también que se han llevado a cabo, que se han discutido en nuestro Parlamento, tanto en la Cámara de Diputados y Diputadas como también en el Senado de nuestro país. Creemos que este tipo de experiencias aportan a aprender de la experiencia y del avance de nuestras compañeras en distintos parlamentos. Veo que no va a estar la presentación, así que voy a compartir con ustedes así nomás el contenido de este libro. Tiene 4 capítulos, lo vamos a dejar también para consulta, le vamos a entregar obviamente a toda nuestra mesa directiva un ejemplar. Nos interesa que podamos intercambiar entre los parlamentos nuestra experiencia y aprender de lo que nosotras hemos realizado. También ahí está, justamente estamos ahí pudiendo compartir algo de la presentación. Es un principio que hemos querido poner ahí en esta diapositiva, ¿no? Que para ser sensibles al género los parlamentos necesitan transformarse en instituciones que trabajen continuamente para eliminar la desigualdad de género. Con ese principio básico, nosotros hace 10 años atrás, como Parlamento chileno, asumimos el compromiso con la UIP. Y hoy día, este libro lo que hace es recopilar la experiencia de 10 años. Pueden seguir avanzando, no hay ningún problema en la presentación, ¿sí? Lo que hacemos es recopilar nuestra experiencia, todos los debates que hemos tenido, el aumento de la representación, que también ahí está, el compromiso con la UIP. Sigan nomás, es un punteo nada más, pueden seguir avanzando. Y eso, avanza. Sí, el otro, sí. Eso, esa es la estructura del estudio, que nos permite ordenar de mejor manera la lectura, un panorama latinoamericano, la participación nuestra, que además hoy día ha aumentado y estamos muy contentos por aquello, la legislación con perspectiva de género en la segunda parte del libro. ¿Sigamos? ¿Sí? Ahí está. Cuáles son en el fondo nuestra guía, nuestro camino a seguir en la construcción de estos parlamentos. Hemos sido súper disciplinadas, muy ordenadas, hemos sido alumnas de lo que hemos aprendido en la UIP y lo hemos llevado a cabo en nuestro parlamento. Sigamos. ¿El siguiente? Ahí está. Ahí como un dato para que ustedes puedan ver cómo ha ido aumentando en nuestro país en los últimos 2 años la representación de las mujeres en la Cámara de Diputadas y Diputados. Hoy día tenemos un 35,5% de representación. Y la siguiente lámina, por favor. La siguiente, eso. Y ese es en el Senado, que tiene un poco menos de representación, tiene un 24%, pero vamos a trabajar también para que en ambas cámaras el aumento de la representación se vea reflejada. La siguiente foto, por favor, y ahí estamos terminando. Esa es una foto histórica para nosotras, que la delegación que me acompaña, ando con una senadora que en ese momento era parlamentaria, como ustedes pueden ver en la imagen, dice paridad ya. Nosotros hemos logrado incluso que nuestro proceso constituyente se construya en base a la paridad y estamos avanzando efectivamente para que terminemos después de 10 años de avance en el Parlamento con un Parlamento no solo con perspectiva de género, sino que su representación paritaria. Así que les queríamos compartir con todas ustedes esta experiencia. Hemos sido muy disciplinada y hemos aprendido mucho de la experiencia que hemos tenido en estos casi 8 foros en la UIP y, por cierto, en este foro de mujeres parlamentarias ha sido para mí en lo personal también muy enriquecedor y quiero agradecerle a la mesa por esta oportunidad. Así que vamos a dejar los ejemplares para que ustedes puedan acceder a esa información. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mix, for your very informative presentation and report. And I'm also pleased to see that our calls for more gender-sensitive parliaments are being taken up. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Now let me invite our dearest Zaina Hlal, Manager of the Gender Partnership Program of the IPU and the Secretary of our Forum, to give us an overview of the recent IPU activities and products to promote gender equality. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Very good. Thank you, colleagues. I'm just checking if we can have the next slide. Dear members, Madam President, I am very proud in the name of the Secretariat to present to you our two very recent flagship IPU publications. The annual report of the IPU on women in parliament, which analyzes progress and also setbacks in women's participation in national parliaments, especially where elections took place in 2022. We've also released very recently our...
I will give the floor to those who wish to speak. We already have some demands to take the floor. We will try to continue as long as possible until 1:15, but I will kindly request that you limit your presentations to 3 minutes, please, because we want to hear from as many representatives, distinguished representatives as possible. And I will please ask you to introduce yourself before the presentation. So I think we can start, right? We're ready. Okay. So may I ask for the distinguished representative from Thailand to take the floor? Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Pikun Kea from Thailand. I said that, dear colleagues, we cannot deny that women and girls are vulnerable to cyber attacks. We are all subjected to various forms of online malicious activities, such as online gambling, romancing scam, and fraud. Many people in prison fall victims to such scams because they mostly spend vast amounts of their time on social media. I strongly agree that women and girls are disproportionately targeted and affected by technology-assisted violence and emphasized in the draft solution. Thailand's Cybersecurity Act was effective on 28 May 2019. The law does not only respond to the fast-growing digital economy in the country, but also oversees cybersecurity activities as well as to prevent and combat cyber threats in a timely manner. In the Act, we define the word cyber threats as an action or unlawful activities using computer or malicious program with an intention to cause harm to a computer system or other relevant data which would cause damage to critical infrastructure. With that in mind, the Asia-Pacific region efforts in promoting cybersecurity was reaffirmed by the recent resolution on strengthening cybersecurity in the Asia-Pacific region, which called for member parliaments of the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum to exchange parliamentary best practices in dealing with cyber threats and attacks on information infrastructures with an aim to create a legislative framework to cybersecurity in the Asia-Pacific region, and also raise awareness among parliaments on the use of ICT in achieving the SDGs with universal commitments to digital security. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for keeping up to time. Now, I'll ask Saudi Arabia, our representative from Saudi Arabia, to take the floor, please.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة. اسمي أمل الشامان. الجرائم الإلكترونية من أكثر الانتهاكات التي يمكن أن تسلب الإنسان كرامته وتنتهك حقوقه، خاصة فيما يتعلق بسرقة حسابات الأفراد وبياناتهم من وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي بهدف ابتزاز أصحابها للحصول على أموال أو سحب ما لديهم من في الأرصدة البنكية. فمثلا تشير الإحصائيات أن قيمة الخسائر الناتجة عن الجرائم الإلكترونية عالميا بلغت 6 تريليون دولار، وبحلول 2025 من المتوقع أن تصل إلى نحو 10.5 تريليون دولار، بنسبة زيادة تصل إلى 15% سنويا بحسب ما ورد عن شركة سايبر سيكيورتي فينتشرز. ولا تتوقف خطورة الجرائم الإلكترونية عند حد سرقة الحسابات، بل تتعدى ذلك إلى الاحتيال المالي والاتجار بالبشر والاختطاف. وللأسف يكون النساء والفتيات هم الضحايا الأكثر في عمليات الابتزاز الإلكتروني، حيث يتم استخدام شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي في الاتجار بالفتيات والأطفال وتزويج القاصرات وغيرها. هذه الجرائم تمثل تحدياً حقيقياً للنساء، يتمثل في الخوف والصمت، وبالتالي استمرار الجاني في جرائمه دون أي عقوبة تردعه. وللأسف تدفع النساء الثمن باهظاً من خلال لجوء بعضهن للانتحار أو التعرض للقتل أو الطلاق وغيرها. الأمر الذي يستوجب معه تضافر الجهود كافة الدولية والإقليمية والمحلية للتصدي لها، من خلال البحث في سبل إقرار تشريعات دولية لمكافحة الجرائم الإلكترونية وتعزيز التعاون مع المؤسسات الدولية المعنية بمكافحة الجرائم المعلوماتية. أيضاً التطوير المستمر للأنظمة والقوانين المحلية لتتماشى مع الفضاء الإلكتروني المتجدد. المزيد من التمكين النسائي في المناصب القيادية والتوسع في مشاركة المرأة في صناعة القرار السياسي، والتوعية أيضاً بخطورة الجرائم الإلكترونية وعدم التهاون في إبلاغ الجهات الرسمية بجرائم الابتزاز. ونظراً لأهمية تبادل التجارب بيننا كبرلمانيين، فمن المهم أيضاً أن نتشارك بما نقوم به داخل بلادنا لمواجهة الجرائم الإلكترونية. فمثلاً دأبت حكومة بلادي على مواجهة الجرائم والانتهاكات الإلكترونية باستخدام استراتيجية تتسم بالحداثة والتكامل بين الجانب الأمني والمعلوماتي والتشريعي، والتي تمثلت في صدور مجموعة من التشريعات لمواجهة الجرائم الإلكترونية، مثل نظام مكافحة الجرائم المعلوماتية just 1 minute، ونظام مكافحة الاحتيال المالي وغيرها، إنشاء المنصة الوطنية لمكافحة الابتزاز، إنشاء إدارة لمكافحة الجرائم المعلوماتية في وزارة الداخلية، واتخاذ الإجراءات من البنك المركزي لحماية العميل من الاحتيال، وإغلاق كافة الصفحات والمواقع الإلكترونية المحرضة على الأنشطة الإرهابية والأفعال الغير مشروعة. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I hate to interrupt because it's very valuable, but we want to hear from as many of you as possible. And as of now, the list is closed because we have more than enough speakers. So we'll try to complete by 1:15. I will ask from the distinguished representative from Egypt to please take the floor. Egypt? I guess they are not here or here. Oh, I couldn't see you. I'm sorry. Pardon. I guess someone may have their mic on. Can you please make sure your mics are off?
ما لا شك فيه أن طبيعة التهديدات والمخاطر الناجمة عن الهجمات والجرائم الإلكترونية أصبحت من أهم التحديات التي تواجه المجتمع الدولي، وأشدها خطورة على الأمن العالمي والاستقرار الاقتصادي وحقوق الإنسان. وفي ظل التطور الهائل في الفضاء الإلكتروني وأنظمة الكمبيوتر، وفي عالم متغير ومتسارع في السباق التقني الدولي، نجد أن جهود تحقيق الديمقراطية والسلام والتنمية والخلافات الاقتصادية والعسكرية قد تتنحى جانباً مقابل خطورة الفضاء الإلكتروني وما يحدث فيه من مناورات وصراعات قوية، مما لا يسمح ولا يدع مجالاً للشك في واقعية حدوث مثل هذه الهجمات فجأة ودون سابق إنذار. وهذا ما نجتمع لأجله اليوم كبرلمانيين ممثلين لآمال وطموحات شعوبنا، ومطالبين بالحفاظ على مكتسباتهم وحقوقهم. الأخوة والأخوات، كانت مصر كعهدها دوما من أوائل الدول التي انتبهت إلى خطورة الفضاء الإلكتروني وأهمية تأمينه ووضع ضوابط لاستخدامه. تم إقرار قانون مكافحة جرائم تقنية المعلومات لمواجهة الاستخدام غير المشروع لشبكات المعلومات وحماية البيانات والمعلومات الحكومية والأنظمة والشبكات المعلومية الخاصة بالدولة أو إحدى الأشخاص الاعتبارية العامة. ولم يكن هذا القانون هو الخطوة الأولى، بل سبقته العديد من الاجتهادات التشريعية، والتي كانت من بينها قانون حماية الملكية الفكرية، وقانون التوقيع الإلكتروني، وقانون تنظيم الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات. وقد ضم الدستور المصري العديد من النصوص التشريعية المتعلقة بتنظيم تقنية المعلومات، وذلك لمواجهة الاستخدام غير المشروع. السيدات والسادة، ولذا نطالب الحكومات والبرلمانات بصورة عامة بضرورة تعزيز التعاون الدولي لوضع استراتيجية دولية شاملة وعاجلة كضرورة ملحة ضمن إطار قانوني دولي وآلية تنظيمية ملزمة ترسم حدود التعاون الدولي لتجريم هذا النوع، من خلال حث البرلمانات والحكومات على توسيع نطاق الحماية للفئات الأكثر ضعفاً من النساء والأطفال. دعوة المجتمع الدولي أن يعتمد عبر الأمم المتحدة تعريف عالمي شامل ومشترك للجرائم والهجمات الإلكترونية. تشجيع الاستثمار في البحث والتطوير في مجال الأمن الإلكتروني. تنقيح التشريعات الوطنية وسن تشريعات جديدة تعزز الأمن الفضائي وتوفر الحماية للعملية الديمقراطية لا سيما للمرأة في أوقات الانتخابات. وختاماً، لا يفوتني التنويه بالدور البارز الذي يمكن أن تلعبه النساء البرلمانيات باعتبارهن حلقة الوصل بين صناع القرار ووضع الاستراتيجيات من جهة، وبين المجتمع من جهة أخرى، في الترويج لفهم وطني مشترك ومعاصر لطبيعة الجرائم والهجمات الإلكترونية وللطابع المعقد والسريع لها، على نحو ما يعانيه المواطنون والمنظمات والمؤسسات، من خلال عقد ندوات وورش عمل ومؤتمرات متخصصة بشأن هذا الموضوع لخلق البيئة الإيجابية المواتية لمكافحة تلك الظاهرة. شكراً على حسن المتابعة.
Thank you so much. May I ask our distinguished representative from Iran to take the floor, please?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. ضمن عرض خسته نباشید، الهام آزاد هستم از پارلمان جمهوری اسلامی ایران. بدون تردید قدرت نرم سایبری از تأثیر بسزایی در تغییرات فرهنگی علیه جوامع و نابودی کرامت و عزت زن برخوردار است. اهمیت صیانت از زنان در برابر آسیب و بزهدیدگی در دنیای سایبری به ویژه در شرایط کنونی بر کسی پوشیده نیست. فناوری اطلاعات و ارتباطات و فضای سایبر علاوه بر آثار مثبت معایبی را نیز به همراه داشته است. از جمله این معایب گسترش پدیده خشونت در فضای مجازی است که به دلیل عدم قانونمندی و فقدان نظارت کافی و همچنین عدم آگاهی زنان بزهدیده جولانگاه مجرمین و خلافکاران علیه حقوق بشر زنان شده است. تنظیم مقررات فضای مجازی، تلاش جهت ارتقاء آگاهی و سواد رسانه‌ای زنان، تبدیل نمودن تهدید فضای سایبری به فرصت جهت فرهنگسازی شبکه‌سازی در جهت حقوق بانوان و حفظ صلح جهانی و مقابله با تهدید نرم علیه حقوق بشر زنان می‌تواند در مقابله با خشونت‌های آنلاین و اینترنتی یا همان خشونت سفید بسیار مفید واقع شود. علاوه بر این، قلمرو نقش‌آفرینی دولت‌ها در پیشگیری و مقابله و نیز کارایی ضمانت اجراهایی مانند جرم‌انگاری و مجازات مجرمین سایبری نیز می‌تواند در کاهش خشونت‌های سایبری و فضای مجازی مؤثر واقع شود. رعایت اخلاق و پایبندی به اصول و ارزش‌های اخلاقی به ویژه در بین گروه‌های مرجع و اثرگذار در جوامع مختلف، پیگرد قضایی تعقیب، محاکمه و مجازات مرتکبین خشونت سایبری علیه حقوق زن و علیه شخصیت و کرامت زن، تقویت مکانیزم‌های درونی بازدارنده و خودکنترلی و خودمحافظتی در برابر تهدیدات فضای سایبری علیه زنان و نیز اطلاع رسانی هشدار دهی از طریق مراکز قضایی جهت آگاهسازی جامعه به ویژه زنان و کودکان از تأثیرات فضای سایبر، صیانت از حقوق کاربران در فضای مجازی با تقویت و توسعه شبکه ملی و امکان نظارت بیشتر بر مجرمین و خلافکاران فضای مجازی و تعیین مواد قانونی جهت مزاحمین بانوان در فضای مجازی از جمله راهکارهای پیشنهادی است. ما به عنوان نمایندگان پارلمان همچنین و لزوم احترام به قوانین کشورها در مدیریت و نظارت و فضای سایبری تاکید می‌نماییم. اکنون کشور ما در مقایسه با بسیاری از کشورها حتی پیشرفته در حوزه فضای سایبر از وضعیت بهتری در زمینه ظرفیت‌های قانونی برای مقابله با جرایم سایبری برخوردار است و خوشبختانه در این زمینه نیز این قابلیت وجود داشته که مسائل و مشکلات در مجلس شورای اسلامی ایران مطرح شده تا متخصصان این حوزه ماده و تبصره‌های تکمیلی را برای هرچه کاملتر شدن قوانین بازدارنده در مقابل جرایم سایبری وضع نماید. جمهوری اسلامی ایران بر این باور است به دلیل نقش‌آفرینی زنان در تکامل جوامع، دولت‌ها باید در پی ایجاد قوانین و مقررات حقوقی و نهادهایی برای حمایت از زنان برآیند. متشکرم.
Thank you. I will again please remind you that we're not taking any more requests to speak because we have more than enough. And I will please request that you stick to 3 minutes, please. Japan, our distinguished speaker from Japan, please go ahead. Thank you.
日本国会代表団参議院議員の田村真美と申します。私は国会議員になる前に民間企業で働いてきましたが、最近我が国においても国際的サイバー犯罪集団の攻撃により盗まれた企業のデータなどが公開される、また公開しないことを条件に多額の金銭を要求される事件が多発しており、企業へのサイバー犯罪への対策が急務です。その中で女性は若者や子どもとともにインターネット上で最も被害を受けやすい存在であることを認識し、我々女性議員の視点からの対策は欠かせません。私は国家安全保障、国際安全保障を考えることはもちろんのこと、身の回りのオンライン空間を介した女性などをターゲットにした犯罪にも目を向ける必要があると考えています。例えば、日本では小売店の店員のフルネームの名札、また顔が SNS 上や動画サイトでさらされる事例が起きており、店員がカスタマーハラスメントやストーカー被害の被害者となる危険性が高まっておりますが、表現の自由といった憲法上の権利利益に関わる問題や名札提示を従来求めてきた行政指導などが絡まって、私はその対策が後手に回っていると考えてきてまいりました。私はこれまでの法規、社会的習慣は尊重しつつ、新たな危険性を考慮した上で見直しを行うなど、早急な対策が必要との認識を政府にも示してまいりました。その他、テレビ番組における言動をめぐり、SNS 上で誹謗中傷を受けた女性プロレスラーが、自ら命を絶つ痛ましい事件が起きるなど、インターネット上の誹謗中傷が重大な社会問題となり、昨年6月、根拠なく人を貶める行動を行った者に対する法定刑の引き上げの改正が行われました。サイバー空間でのコミュニケーションは、その匿名性、拡散性の高さから、内容が過激化、先鋭化しやすいことを認識し、弱い立場の女性など、プライバシー保護が重要で、議会もそれに対応した立法活動を常に行っていく必要があります。サイバー攻撃やサイバー犯罪は、国境に関係なく行われることから、対策は一国のみならず、国際社会全体で取り組むことが肝要です。加えて、当然、ジェンダーの視点も踏まえて対処することが求められています。各国の女性議員の協力がますます求められていることから、今後も IPU の加盟国の皆様と認識を共有していきたいと考えております。ご清聴ありがとうございました。Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good, very sharp. Thank you. Our distinguished speaker from South Africa, please. You may take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Fikile Masiko from South Africa. Honorable members, across all countries, women and girls are subjected to online violence that impedes their equal and meaningful participation in public life. They are shamed and humiliated by online violence. The UN Women's Research shows that digital violence can result in women and girls having to restrict their online activity, which in turn prevents their access to the internet and increases the digital gender divide. The research also revealed that in 2022, online abuse of women in a professional context was widespread, with 51% of women revealing that they have experienced online abuse and also reported a serious impact on their professional life. When it comes to legislative framework to address online violence, the UN Women found that some states do not criminalize the non-consensual online dissemination of intimate and sexually explicit images. In light of the above, South Africa proposes an amendment of operative paragraph 6 to read as follows: encourages parliaments to make full use of their oversight function to ensure that governments have the tools, including comprehensive support to victims in the form of technological support for digital content deletion, to control the rapid increase in cybercrime and cyber attacks, and to prevent the digital security, identity, privacy, and data of citizens, especially the most vulnerable. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much for a very good, sharp, short presentation. I'll ask my colleague from Turkey to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gender-based violence committed through electronic communication and the internet is defined as cyber violence against women. Although cyber violence can affect both women and men, women experience different and more traumatic forms of cyber violence. With the rapid development and growth of the internet age, it is estimated that 1 out of every 10 women is exposed to cyberbullying before the age of 15. In this rapidly developing and growing internet age, access to all kinds of information and social area offered by the internet has become a basic human right. For this reason, the digital space needs to become safe for women. According to a study, 51% of women aged 15 and 24 and 42% of men don't prefer to engage in online discussions for fear of being insulted, hate speech or threat. According to the result of digital violence in Turkey, a survey published by Konda research company in 2021 years with the financial support of the United Nations Population Fund, Turkey, 1 out of every 5 people in Turkey says they have been subjected to digital violence. Women state that they are more exposed to digital violence because of their gender and physical appearance. 51% of women receive text, voice, or video harassment message in digital media. 46% are persistently followed. Cyber violence against women is handled within the scope of certain category of crime listed in the Turkish Penal Code, and necessary legal procedures are applied. National and international studies and reports have shown that cybercrime has evolved as a new type of crime with the development of technology, and the cybercrime mostly affect women, and that online cyber violence can even evolve into physical violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would also like to refer everyone to the studies prepared by the IPU and PACE on violence against women in parliaments, violence against women in parliaments in Europe and in Africa. 2 different reports, they're very valuable. So members of parliament and people who work for members of parliament, women, get more cyber attacks than men. That's another report we might need to look at. I'll ask the distinguished representative from Ecuador, please. Are you here? Oh, you're there. All right. Please go ahead.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Permítame presentarme. Soy Vilma Andrade, asambleísta nacional del Ecuador, y queremos agradecer a Bahrein a su presidenta de esta asamblea por esta gran acogida que nos ha realizado. Igualmente, felicitar el trabajo realizado por la señora Basilenko como presidenta del Foro Parlamentario de Mujeres. Sobre el tema del ciberataque, actualmente en nuestro país se están tramitando 2 leyes para combatir la ciberseguridad, pero no con enfoque de género. Por tanto, valoramos que esta asamblea haya tomado en referencia esta resolución que sin duda nos va a servir como eje orientador para proponer cambios a nuestra normativa. Según las investigaciones policiales, el acceso no consentido a sistemas informáticos, telemáticos o telecomunicaciones y el ataque a la integridad de los sistemas informáticos ha sufrido un alto índice. Los ataques cibernéticos en Latinoamérica aumentaron un 24% en los primeros meses del 2022. Mi país, Ecuador, es uno de los países más vulnerados por la ciberdelincuencia, solo detrás de Brasil, con el 13.3% de usuarios perjudicados. Quiero comentarles una experiencia personal de la que fui víctima, porque si bien los ciberataques afectan al sistema financiero, comercial, también afectan a la democracia. Justamente en junio del año pasado, durante la votación en la Asamblea Nacional del Ecuador que buscaba destituir al presidente de la República, 4 curules fueron vulnerados para hacerlo a través de IPs remotos y nuestra votación fue vulnerada. 4 asambleístas que votábamos en contra de la destitución, en nuestras pantallas aparecieron al contrario. Es decir, este riesgo, se puso en riesgo la institucionalidad, se puso en riesgo la democracia en mi país por un ciberataque. También quiero señalarles que en el Ecuador, 4 de cada 10 mujeres tiene acceso al Internet. Por lo tanto, es un problema grave. La violencia de género digital está afectando particularmente a mujeres activas en redes sociales, a las periodistas, quienes son el perfil público en redes sociales, que han reportado ser víctimas de campañas, desinformación y desprestigio, y por supuesto a las mujeres políticas. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing this personal experience as well. It's very important. May I ask the distinguished speaker from Malawi to take the floor?
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for recognizing the Malawi delegation to present their best practices and proposals on the item number 4, the issue to do with cyber attacks and cyber crimes. In Malawi, a major sector targeted by cyber crimes is the financial sector. And the other crimes we are facing as a country is the issue of email scan, distribution of compromising images, hacking, attacks of computer data and systems. And Madam Chairperson, these things affect women being the victims of these cyber crimes. What has Parliament done? So far, we have Parliament of Malawi, as we recognize the prevalence and various cyber crimes in the country. Parliament passed an electrical transaction and the Cyber Security Bill of 2016 and into law. And in this act, Madam Chair, it provides for electronic transactions such as e-commerce. It creates and recognizes various cyber crimes and lays down their fines. Madam Chairperson, this act has provided a platform for harness or to harness all the efforts that were being hampered by lack of appropriate legislation. Malawi is also benefiting from regional initiative and the harmonization of strategies to provide modern standard for the region. What are we proposing as a delegation from Malawi? We are proposing that parliaments should make appropriate legislation to fight against cybercrime risks. We should also sensitize our people. We should raise sensitization through education, training, as well as upskilling. We are also proposing that we should target hardening through strengthening security to protect against crime. We are also proposing that there is need for international cooperation. In many cases, cybercrimes involve data transfer processes in the internet affects more than one country, and under those circumstances, the investigations requires cooperation between law enforcement agencies in all the countries affected. Madam Chair, as well as we are proposing that sanctions against cybercrimes, including ban or personal traveling and the asset freezing, should be imposed. I submit, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. May I ask the distinguished speaker from Canada to take the floor? Canada, are you here?
Merci, Madame la Présidente, de me donner cette occasion. D'emblée, je veux faire deux constats qui, il faut le reconnaître, sont très décevants. Le premier, c'est l'absence de place des femmes dans la profession, toutes les professions liées à la cybersécurité. Selon la Banque mondiale, en 2022, les femmes ne représentaient que 2 professionnels sur 10 en cybersécurité. Et il faut considérer que dans le secteur de la cybersécurité, nous aurions beaucoup à gagner d'un meilleur équilibre dans la gouvernance et dans la mise en œuvre de toutes les politiques publiques. Il ne s'agit pas ici seulement d'ouvrir la cybersécurité à plus de femmes, mais aussi d'élargir leur influence dans la prise de décision. Alors, il nous faut donc redoubler les efforts pour promouvoir l'intégration de points de vue sexo-spécifiques dans l'ensemble des politiques publiques et des processus de gestion de la cybersécurité. Parce qu'il faut le reconnaître, les femmes, et plusieurs témoignages avant moi ont été fort éloquents sur la nature et le nombre disproportionné d'incidents de cybercriminalité, ainsi que les niveaux de violence en ligne qui sont faits à l'endroit des femmes. Donc, ensemble, ces 2 facteurs, pénurie de main-d'œuvre féminine dans la gouvernance de la cybersécurité et, évidemment, violence et harcèlement envers les femmes en ligne, nous mènent à plaider pour la conception d'un cyberespace qui soit sécuritaire et qui tienne compte du genre, tout en favorisant les efforts pour réduire l'écart entre les sexes et les genres en matière de cybersécurité. Je veux aussi indiquer que la haine et la cyberviolence en ligne sont devenues clairement des opportunités et des voies aggravantes de violence contre les femmes. Et elles sont non seulement ancrées dans l'inégalité entre les sexes, mais aussi inextricablement en lien avec le thème général de l'Assemblée, dans la lutte contre l'intolérance. Ce sont des gestes aussi d'intolérance. Alors, je souhaite que tous ensemble, nous puissions faire front et nous entendre pour que le projet de résolution sur la cybersécurité puisse remédier à la sous-représentation des femmes dans les rôles de direction et de décision en la matière, dans le développement technologique et la consolidation de la paix au sens large, et surtout que cette résolution, une fois adoptée, nous soyons tous ensemble unis pour la mettre en œuvre. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. May I ask the distinguished representative from Syria to take the floor?
الأمن السيبراني عادة يرتبط ببعض المصطلحات المرتبطة ببعضها البعض: الجريمة السيبرانية، الهجمات الإلكترونية، وفيها يتم التخطيط الغير قانوني باستخدام التكنولوجيا الرقمية للسيطرة على الجهاز. في بلد سوريا نواكب هذه المعطيات الحديثة ونحاول سن بعض التشريعات التي تتوافق، منها قانون التوقيع الإلكتروني وخدمات الشبكة رقم 5 لعام 2009، قانون تنظيم التواصل على الشبكة ومكافحة الجريمة المعلوماتية، قانون حماية حقوق المؤلف والحقوق المجاورة، قانون المعاملات الإلكترونية، وقانون حماية البيانات الشخصية. في الواقع تم إحداث فرع مكافحة الجريمة المعلوماتية، وإحداث مخبر من المعلومات الوطنية، وإحداث برنامج تدريب للقضاة، وتعميم الضوابط والنواظم من قبل الرئاسة. أيضاً المنظومة الوطنية للتوقيع الإلكتروني. أكيد لدينا تحديات، هذه التحديات دائماً تتجسد في نقص حاد في الموارد البشرية بسبب التسرب شديد للموارد المؤهلة، ضعف الخبرة لدى العاملين في القطاع العام، وضعف الاستجابة للمواضيع المتعلقة بحماية الأصول المعلوماتية. الحلول بالنسبة يجب أن اتخاذ خطوات وقائية وتدابير أمنية سيبرانية استناداً إلى بيئة تشريعية مختصة، إضافة إلى الإرشادات التوعوية والتثقيف المستمر، بغية تحقيق حد معقول من الحماية والسلامة لمستخدمي الإنترنت وخاصة والتكنولوجيا بشكل عام. وشكراً.
Thank you so much. You were very brief, thank you. Now I'll ask the representative from Portugal to speak, and then Greece is after that. We're speeding up. Portugal, please.
Hello, dear President, dear colleagues. Information technology area is still an uneven sector, and when we talk about cybersecurity industry, it is no secret that LOC's female representation continues at all levels. While cybersecurity is widely perceived as a future-visioned and progressive industry, the fact is that it remains largely a male-dominated profession. In Europe, for example, women make up just 11% of the industry. That is why one of our objectives must be promote, encourage, and support the participation of women in the field of cybersecurity. The presence of women on the cybersecurity environment is crucial, and it begins, first of all, by education. Culturally, our schools have a long way to go. It's a question of mentality that we must change. Hacking gender barriers is also a challenge in this area, and raising society's awareness begins here in schools. We cannot have no more the promotion of differences in what boys and girls can do professionally. It's a matter of gender inclusion. Changing that, we enhance women presence on cybersecurity job market, increase the female researchers, so we can set up a dynamic and sustainable structure that promote best practices and support the development of national policies to fight against cyber attacks and cybercrimes that, as we know, continues to affect severely women and girls. It is time to deconstruct stereotypes and promote equal opportunities in access to these areas. And it's not just a question of social justice. We all know that environment with greater gender diversity is also more productive and can make the difference. Regardless of gender, this is a cause of all, and women has an important role. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll ask the speaker from Greece to speak, and Oman is after that.
Thank you. The theme for International Women's Day, 8 March 2023, is Digital Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. The International Women's Day will explore the impact of the digital gender gap on withering economic and social inequalities. The event will also spotlight the importance of protecting the rights of women and girls in digital spaces and addressing online facilitated gender-based violence. The inclusion of women in technology will help tackle the problem of online violence that 38% of women have experienced, according to the study of 51 countries. Violence against women and children, especially girls, is a global pandemic. It is a moral affront to all women and children, highlighting a profound lack of respect, a failure by men to recognize the equality and dignity of women. It is an issue of fundamental human rights. The World Health Organization reports a 60% increase in domestic violence across Europe, with the victims being mostly women and children and the perpetrators belonging to their immediate environment. Shocking data reveal that of the 81,000 women murdered worldwide last year, 56% were killed by family members. It must be a priority of the political and social life of each country to open a public debate on gender inequalities, patriarchy, and the fight against all forms of gender violence, including femicide. All of us must fight for equality in a just society without patriarchy and gender discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished representative from Greece. Now we will hear from Oman. Right after that, it will be Algeria. Oman, please.
شكرا سيدة رئيسة الجلسة والسيدات والسادة أعضاء الوفود المشاركة. إن قضية الجرائم.
I'm sorry, can you pull the mic a little closer so we can hear better?
Yes. Okay, thank you. إن قضية الجرائم الإلكترونية أصبحت قضية عالمية تعانيها كافة المجتمعات، وأصبحت سمة من سمات العصر الحالي. لذلك ندرك جميعا أهمية التشريعات والقوانين إلى جانب التوعية الواجبة في هذا الجانب. وفي هذا الإطار سعت سلطنة عمان إلى اعتماد العديد من الأطر التشريعية التي تتعامل مع أمن وسلامة الفضاء الإلكتروني، ومنها قوانين مكافحة جرائم تقنية المعلومات وإصدار نظام مركز الدفاع الإلكتروني. غير أن هذه الجهود بحاجة إلى المزيد من التقدم ومواكبة التطورات المتزايدة في الفضاء الإلكتروني شأنها شأن بقية الدول. باطلاعنا على مشروع القرار المقدم في هذا الاجتماع والمتعلق بالأمن الإلكتروني والتهديدات الإلكترونية، يبرز لنا مدى الجهد الذي تسعى كافة الدول الأعضاء لبذله في هذا السياق، وينعكس بوضوح في صياغة مشروع هذا القرار الذي نؤيد بالتأكيد اعتماده وإقراره في هذا المنتدى. واسمحوا لنا أن نبدي هنا ملاحظتنا على النقاط 12 و13 من هذا المقترح، حيث لاحظنا هنا أنه الفقرة 12 و13 تطالب بإنشاء مركز تنسيق أممي تحت رعاية الأمم المتحدة وتحدد مهامه في ضبط ومنع واكتشاف التهديدات الإلكترونية. لكن يبدو لي أن هذا المقترح غير واقعي في ضوء إدراكنا للأوضاع السياسية السائدة في العالم من توتر بين العديد من القوى الكبرى التي تتجاذب أطراف صراع الهيمنة سياسياً واقتصادياً، حيث تشكل تقنية المعلومات والاتصالات حجراً أساسياً في هذه الصراعات الدولية، مما يطرح احتمالية كبرى أن يصبح هذا المركز بؤرة للاستقطاب السياسي وإدارة صراعات الهيمنة السياسية والاقتصادية، خلافاً لما يفترض من تعاون، لا سيما وأن دول العالم تتفاوت في قدراتها التقنية. لذلك نرى أن يعاد النظر ربما في صياغة هذا المقترح بحيث يعكس الواقع، لأن التنسيق الأممي والتعاون على هذا المستوى ربما يتطلب أن يكون تعاون في أطر إقليمية أكثر ارتباطاً بمصالح الدول والشعوب وتعكس تنوعها واختلافاتها. شكراً لكم.
Thank you so much. Before I give the floor to Algeria, I wanted to state that since we don't have any time, we won't be able to give the floor to second speakers from the same country. So it will be one person for delegation. Thank you for your understanding. So Algeria, I'll give you the floor, and then it will be Indonesia after Algeria. Distinguished representative from Algeria.
Yes.
Please.
بعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أقدم نفسي فريدة إيليمي من الجزائر. السيدة الرئيسة، زميلاتي البرلمانيات، السادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. باسمي وباسم زميلتي من الجزائر، بداية أشكر البلد المستضيف البحرين على حسن الضيافة وكرم الاستقبال. أغتنم هذه الفرصة لتقديم تعازيتنا للشعب التركي والشعب السوري بما حدث مؤخرا من الكوارث الطبيعية. السيدات والسادة، كما أود أن أهنئ زميلاتي بمناسبة اليوم العالمي للمرأة، متمنية مزيدا من التألق لكل النساء والمتفوقات كل واحدة في مجالها. كما أهنئ البرلمانيات بإعلان الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي تواجد المرأة في كل البرلمانات الوظيفية في العالم، وهذا لأول مرة في التاريخ. هذا التقدم بفضل جهودكن جميعا، ولا يزال يتطلب منا المزيد من العمل للوصول لمستويات عالية من التمثيل أساسها الكفاءة والممارسة الفعلية. أحيي كذلك اختيار موضوع الأمن السيبراني الذي يعتبر من مواضيع الساعة، فنحن نعيش في عالم رقمي بامتياز يشهد انتشارا رهيبا لتكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات، جعلت التهديدات السيبرانية أكثر انتشاراً من أي وقت مضى، حيث أصبحنا نرى بأن الحروب لم تعد تقتصر على أسلحة حربية مادية بل افتراضية أيضاً. لقد أصبحت الجرائم الإلكترونية تأخذ صوراً متعددة مثل التنمر الإلكتروني، انتشار خطاب الكراهية، نشر للمعلومات المضللة والأخبار الكاذبة، ممارسة الإرهاب عبر الإنترنت، ولا سيما للتحريض على التطرف والتجنيد. كل هذا يمثل خطراً جسيماً على الأمن على الصعيدين الوطني والدولي، ونتيجة لذلك أصبحت الوقاية من الجرائم الإلكترونية ومكافحتها واحدة من أولويات المجتمع الدولي. والجزائر ليست في منأى عن هذا الوضع، حيث أنه بين عامين 2020 و2021 فقط تم إحصاء أكثر من 10,000 ضحية لهذا النوع من الجرائم من أفراد ومؤسسات وشركات، ولا شك أن تكون المرأة من أكثر الفئات تضرراً من هذه الجرائم، إذ تتعرض يومياً لكل أنواع الاحتيال والمضايقات الإلكترونية والاعتداء اللفظي والجنسي. ضف إلى ذلك التجسس والترهيب والاعتداء على الكرامة ونشر الكراهية والابتزاز. وفي هذا الإطار ولقد وضعت السلطات العليا للجزائر نظاماً قانونياً ومؤسسياً مهماً لمكافحة الجرائم المتعلقة بالتكنولوجيا والمعلومات والاتصالات، حيث تم إنشاء الهيئة الوطنية للوقاية من الجرائم المتصلة بتكنولوجيا الإعلام والاتصال بمقتضى القانون 0409، وهي سلطة إدارية مستقلة لدى وزير العدل، مهمتها الوقاية ومكافحة الجرائم المتصلة بتكنولوجيات الإعلام والاتصال من خلال تنشيط وتنسيق العمليات ومساعدة السلطات القضائية وتبادل المعلومات بغرض جمع كافة البيانات المفيدة لتحديد مرتكبي هذه الجرائم.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt again. I would like to request Indonesia to take the floor, then it will be Morocco after that. Distinguished representative from Indonesia.
Yes, we're here. Thank you, Madam President. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Overall, let me introduce myself first. My name is Putri Komarudin. I am a member of the House of Representatives of Indonesia. And overall, we think the draft resolution has mentioned several key gender-based points. And however, we believe it could be supported with a more victim or survivor-oriented approach, in addition to preventive actions. This will ensure that the resolution supports adopting a comprehensive legal framework in countering gender-based cyber attacks and violence. And there are several points that Indonesia would like to make. First, we think we can all agree that on the increasing prevalence of women and girls falling as victims of cyber violence, a study estimated that 1 in 10 women experience a form of cyber violence at the age of 15, and similarly, in the case of Indonesia, we witnessed an 80% rise in cyber violence complaints against women and girls between 2020 and 2021. And this statistic might not reflect reality, especially if we consider that a lot more cases are not reported, or that not all of those complaints are forwarded to prosecution. A study in Indonesia even reported that only less than a fifth of complaints are prosecuted. And the steady spike in cases indicates many things, including that many more forms of cybercrimes are getting recognized under our laws. On the other hand, it also showcases that prevention and handling approaches were developed slower. Thus, our second point is that we need our laws to be comprehensive instead of using a piecemeal approach that focuses just on prevention or criminalization. Our legal framework should encompass the whole cycle of a case, starting from prevention and handling to the recovery of victims' rights, so that it can better address cyber crimes against women and girls. It is indeed a challenge for us as MPs to ensure that such a framework exists in our legal systems. If there isn't, we must evaluate our existing mechanism and develop them based on victims-oriented approach. And to share Indonesia's experience, we included cybercrime, or the electronic-based sexual violence, into our sexual violence crimes legal framework last year through the adoption of Law Number 12 of 2022 on sexual violence crimes. And there are several key measures in terms of the recovery aspects for the victims that law introduces. The first, the law laid out sexual violence actions that can be defined as cybercrimes that are punishable under the law. And it is also complemented with a bridging clause which connects this law with other forms of sexual violence already regulated by the criminal code, child protection law, domestic violence law, and other existing laws. And therefore, even if the crimes are not mentioned under the sexual violence law, they can be punishable under it. So it provides more comprehensive protection and legal remedies to victims. And the law also provides authority to the central government to delete or terminate access to sexual content in dispute. One of the characteristics of cybercrimes is that they can quickly spread the content, even leaving digital traces that could affect the victim's rehabilitation process. With the new authority, we can control the spread of content while enabling the prosecution to process the case and its evidence and protect the victim's interests. And based on what I shared, I really hope we can consider the victim or survivor-oriented approach to complement the preventive actions we push under the draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will please ask the distinguished representative from Morocco to take the floor, then it will be Guyana after that. Morocco. Is the representative from Morocco here? Oh, I'm sorry, there you are. Go ahead, please.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. دعيني في البداية أقدم تحية الوفد المغربي للبحرين الشقيقة على حفاوة الاستقبال وتيسير الإقامة. في الواقع اليوم جزء كبير من النساء يتعرضن للعنف الرقمي بكل أشكاله، بدءا من النصوص القصيرة إلى مستويات أخرى كالابتزاز الجنسي مثلا. الخطير جدا في هذا هو أن العنف الرقمي أصبح يهدد ما حققته الدول والحكومات والبرلمانات في مجال المساواة وفي مجال تحقيق تكافؤ الفرص. اليوم تعيش النساء بسبب هذا العنف الرقمي عزلة وانسحابا من الفضاء الافتراضي، إذ ينتقل العنف من الواقع إلى المجال الافتراضي وبعد ذلك من المجال الافتراضي إلى الواقع. كل الأرقام الموجودة لا تعبر عن الحقائق، لأن النساء لا يبلغن دائما عن العنف الذي يتعرضن له، إما جهلا بالقانون، وإما لأنهن لا يثقن في القانون، وإما لأنهن يخافن أن يتحولن إلى ضحايا، إلى معتديات بعد أن كن ضحايا. في المغرب هنالك قانون يجرم العنف بكل أشكاله بما في ذلك العنف الرقمي، ولكن لا زالت والحاجة قائمة إلى المزيد من العمل في هذا الاتجاه. أخطر ما في العنف الرقمي أيضا أنه يؤثر على المستوى الاقتصادي، أنه يمكن أن يعيق تحقيق الأهداف العليا للتنمية المستدامة المسطرة من طرف الأمم المتحدة. لذا يبقى السؤال مطروحا: ما العمل؟ ونحن أقول برلمانيات وبرلمانيون رجالا ونساء يجب أن نعمل على تجويد التشريعات وتشديد العقوبات الرادعة للذين يمارسون هذا العنف الرقمي. يجب أن نوظف أيضا التحسيس والتعريف بالقانون، أن يتم توفير أيضا منصات للتبليغ السرية وآمنة بالنسبة للنساء. وأخيرا أود الإشارة إلى أنه يقع على عاتقنا أن نستثمر هذا الفضاء الرقمي أيضا في الاتجاه المعاكس من خلال الترافع فيه ومن خلاله ضد العنف ممارسة على النساء. وشكرا لك سيدتي.
Thank you so much for being brief. May I ask the representative from Guyana to take the floor? Then it will be the Gambia.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to express my thanks to Bahrain for their excellent hospitality. When we construe violence in the modern world, we are quite aware that also digital technology has been an equalizer, should be an equalizer. It has opened the door to various forms of violence, hate speech, and many areas and instances when women and girls experience violence via social media. However, it is imperative that there be harmonization of legislation, looking at it regionally, and a comprehensive framework nationally to ensure that there is a dedicated thrust towards eradicating violence. For example, in Guyana, our constitution has enshrined within its tenets equality in economic, political, and social life when it comes to women. And this is further reflected in our legislation. And the philosophical ethos translates in all legislation, so much so that our existing cybercrime legislation, which was passed in 2018, will now be repealed for a more modern legislation, which is of a regional nature and will form the model law of CARICOM with the help of the ad hoc committee of the United Nations. In addition to that, our newer forms of legislation focusing on violence and harassment will also cater for forms of violence that are perpetrated in a digital environment. In addition to this, the harnessing of digital tools is important, and as such, an iMatter app puts together all the resources to tackle violence against women and girls particularly, and has within it a panic button to improve reporting. Secondly, we also are moving as a country to develop a card that consolidates data on every person so that there will be an effective monitoring or a monitoring tool where you will remove the chances of anonymous attacks on the digital world. And this is important because with the removal of anonymity, it will eventually eradicate or significantly reduce violence against women and girls in a digital sphere. Education is also critical. And so I would like to really propose as part of the resolutions that there must be emphasis on education. And the government of Guyana has focused its attention on targeting girls and boys in the primary, secondary, and tertiary environment by offering coding, Guyana Girls Code. This is a program because coding is an important component
of cybersecurity. I thank you for this opportunity to share.
Thank you so much. May I ask the representative from the Gambia to take the floor, then it will be Kuwait after that.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity once again from Rwanda. My name is Honorable Fatou Cham, a representative from the Gambia with a delegation of 5 members, including 6 members, including the clerk. And I will seize this opportunity also to thank our host, this country, who is so happy, and at the moment we are all happy, and for welcoming us here, giving us this warm welcome. Cybercrime, the topic cybercrime. Cybercrime is becoming a burning issue in the Gambia and of course the world at large, which affects women and vulnerable children at their domain or even psychologically. Violence against women by way of bullying, hate speech, and sexual and gender-based violence, victims' exposure on internet for political fights, and also sexual harassment on women and children with slow action to justice. Solution could be colleague parliamentarians to continue the advocacy on stop to cybercrime and violence against women and girls, just like what the IPU is currently doing. Therefore, I would thank the IPU for taking this bold step in bringing cybercrime as a topic in the 146th IPU Assembly in Bahrain, and Bahrain for hosting this event. And I hope this will be implemented in all IPU member countries. Gambia had decided to come up with a bill on cybercrime, which is on a draft stage, and with the hope to ratify this bill. I thank you all, and in conclusion, I advise the women women parliamentarians to take a lead in terms of advocacy in our various countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. May I ask Kuwait to please take the floor?
Yes. I will speak in Arabic. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في البداية أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لمملكة البحرين على هذه الاستضافة الكريمة. نهنئ المرأة في العالم أجمع بيومها، ونشكركم على الإدارة الحكيمة لهذه الجلسة. حقيقة بتكلم في 3 نقاط رئيسية. النقطة الأولى خاصة بالكويت، بما أني ممثلة للكويت. الكويت استشعرت أهمية موضوع الأمن السبراني، وقامت في 2022 بإنشاء مركز وطني للأمن السبراني يشمل تحت مظلته جميع الفئات المعنية بالجرائم الإلكترونية والأمن السبراني. المركز هذا كان الهدف الأساسي منه هو وضع استراتيجية وطنية لهذا الأمن، والمقصود فيه الأمن السبراني والتعامل مع أي مخاطر خاصة في هذا الشأن. ونتطلع هنا للاستفادة من التشريعات للدول الأعضاء المشاركين اليوم لتفعيل أي أمور أخرى خاصة بهذا الموضوع وتبادل الخبرات في هذا الشأن. النقطة الثانية أن بات من المهم دعم وتحفيز الطلبة الشباب من الجنسين الأولاد والبنات للدخول في مثل هذه التخصصات والانخراط في دراسة مثل هذه التخصصات العلمية والرقمية. وأيضا من المهم جدا تبادل الخبرات العلمية في هذا المجال بين الدول الأعضاء. النقطة الثالثة اللي أصبح اليوم من المهم ومن الضرورة وضع اتفاقية دولية شاملة لمواجهة الجرائم السبرانية لتعزيز التعاون بين الدول لمكافحتها وتقليص آثارها. غياب مثل هذه الاتفاقيات أصبح يشكل فراغاً كبيراً ومؤثر على النظام الأمني في كل الدول، فأصبح من المهم وضع مثل هذه الاتفاقيات. هذا الفراغ مؤثر على النظام الأمني للأسف. في النهاية أحب أشكر الوفد الإسباني والإماراتي على العرض الذي قدم منهم بشأن القرار الخاص بالأمن السبراني اللي إحنا أصبحنا في أمس الحاجة له. شكرا جزيلا. الله يحفظكم.
Thank you so much. We have last two speakers, 2 minutes each, please. I'll ask the speaker from the Arab Parliament to present. Thank you.
شكرا. يطيب لي أن أبدأ كلمتي معربة عن خالص سعادتي للمشاركة كممثلة للبرلمان العربي في أعمال الدورة الخامسة والثلاثين لمنتدى النساء البرلمانيات. كما معربة عن خالص شكري العظيم والتقدير لبرلمان مملكة البحرين والاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على حسن تنظيم أعمال هذا الاجتماع الخاص. وأنتهز فرصة مشاركتي في هذا النقاش الهام لأدعو إلى إعداد خطة عمل برلمانية شاملة تهدف إلى بناء قدرات النساء وتعزيز انخراطهن في معالجة جرائم التكنولوجيا وعلى وجه الخصوص الهجوم السبراني على مجتمعاتنا كافة. كما أتوجه بالعديد من التوصيات والنقاط بشكل مباشر، حيث هناك مسؤولية كبيرة كبرلمانيات عربيات في صياغة وتعديل القوانين والسياسات والتشريعات للحد من العنف السبراني والتي تتأثر به المرأة بشكل مباشر، مما يزيد نسبة العنف ضد المرأة. أيضاً المطلوب ومسؤوليتنا تتوجب علينا تعزيز الوعي لدى المجتمع، وعلى وجه الخصوص رفع وعي المرأة اتجاه العنف التكنولوجيا، وتعريف الأمن السبراني بمناهجنا التعليمية. كما مطلوب من حكوماتنا إعداد الخطط والسياسات والتشريعات لضمان الحماية التكنولوجية وللحد من الجرائم الإلكترونية، وذلك من خلال تعديل الدساتير والقوانين والتشريعات بما تنسجم مع هذه الخطة. شكراً.
Thank you so much. Exactly 2 minutes. Thank you. And our final speaker is from the PMNCH. You may have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So PMNCH is really concerned about the decline. PMNCH is the largest alliance for women, children, and adolescents in the world. Women are 26% more likely to be victims of identified fraud than men, and 53% of victims of identified theft are women. Furthermore, women comprise the majority of victims of cyberbullying, which is well recognized as a severe public health issue. 60% of girls and adolescents in the world with access to internet have been a victim of virtual violence at least once. This form of gender-based online violence increases the digital divide, confronting women and girls, coercing them to self-censor themselves or to keep a low profile for fear of their privacy or security will be violated. It is critical that parliaments around the world really look and focus on the rights of women and girls in the form that cyber attack and cyber crimes laws be more gender responsive, using a strong gender analysis approach, examining the conditions under which women and girls access the internet, gender inequality issues, in relation to cyber infrastructure, landscape, and the uses to which they put the internet to use. Existing laws and policies to address gender-based violence be expanded to protect women and girls from online gender-based violence. Relevant laws and policies be made more adolescent responsive, especially towards the needs of adolescent girls. Using an adolescent well-being framework, the dimensions of which include fostering connectiveness, positive values, and healthy relationships. Creating a safe and supportive environment and promoting agency and resilience. These have been shown to protect young people for acts of cyberbullying. Lastly, the legal systems to protect the rights of adolescent girls be strengthened. We at PMCH have established with 1 million young people in the world a 1.8 billion campaign. We would like the parliamentarians to engage in this, and please pick up a copy of this that really identifies areas of critical focus that is needed. In fact, a resolution in this area of adolescence is really needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that was a very good place to conclude our discussion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from where I sit, you look wonderful. I mean, noticing that most of the room is still here and we're late, I want to thank you again from the bottom of my heart. We've come to the end of our business for today. Thank you again for your very, very valuable contributions. We talked about digitalization, cybercrime. We may talk about post-human future. Where are we going with all of this? And of course, its effects on women. Ms. El Suwaidi will have a challenging time putting all this wonderful information together. But in this afternoon session, we will be here again and she will present her report. I wanted to thank again to the Parliament of Bahrain, and I think we need, before we resume at 2:30, in a little bit, in an hour here, let's take a round of applause to all of you and to the translators who have been doing a very good job. Thank you. See you at 2:30.
Evet, evet. Teşekkür ederiz.
impacts on women and girls have the potential to increase women's substantive inequalities in respect of their human rights to adequate standard of living, and in particular to their access to food security and water security. In this context as well, experts have been saying that unless we act now, in just 2 years, 2/3 of the world population may face safe water shortages. It will affect billions of us, and predominantly women and girls in the global south, who continue to walk miles to fetch water, exposing themselves to the risk of violence. We know that climate-induced losses and damages dramatically multiply the social crisis. That is a given, especially in society that are already struggling with pre-existing inequalities and multiple injustices. The impact of climate disaster particularly threatens women's rights, as we know that over 80% of people currently displaced by climate-related events are women and girls, according to the Women Gender Constituency of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Recently, at COP27, a senator from Pakistan, a woman senator who is the Minister of Climate Change, was one of the prominent advocates which led to the successful establishment of a loss and damage fund to support poorer countries who are greatly affected by climate change. However, despite this leadership, women continue to be underrepresented in decision-making positions on climate. For example, women accounted for less than 54% of country negotiating teams, and only 7 out of 110 heads of state present at COP27 were women. Even if women and girls continue to constitute the largest proportion among the affected population by climate change, women are not essentially vulnerable, nor they can be attributed distinct property of vulnerabilities. Vulnerability is constructed socially, economically, culturally, through distribution of power, wealth, and resources. The CEDAW Committee has recognized in its concluding observation on state parties, and many of you are represented in this room today, and through its General Recommendation 37, as was alluded to by the Chair, that state parties and other stakeholders have obligations under the Convention to take steps to address the gender-related dimension of disasters and climate change through the adoption of targeted country-specific legislation, and this is where your role is prominently, policies, strategy, budgets, and other measures, hence your role as parliamentarian. Gender-based violence also was alluded to this morning on the cyber scheme, but it is also very much exacerbated in situations of crisis and disasters. The recent pandemic unfortunately illustrated this problem. In addition, the limited participation of women in politics and decision-making processes add to the disadvantage of women when they are faced with disaster and climate change. And these disadvantages and obstacles also prevent women from being able to actively contribute to decision-making and to the development of adapted strategy, gender-responsive measures, and action at the national and local levels related to climate change mitigation and adaptation, and disaster risk reduction, reconstruction, and recovery efforts. Let us not forget how much traditional knowledge and what women hold as a knowledge is key sometimes to handling the crisis, and we are never ever taking care of asking them about their own knowledge. The disadvantages that women suffer from are exacerbating because we always view women as victims or inherently vulnerable rather than rights holders with the right to be consulted, participate, and influence decisions and actions impacting their lives, as well as key actors with critical contribution to their society, economy, and environment. Gender equality and women's participation and leadership have been placed as areas of vital importance in global development frameworks and agreement. The commitment on women's empowerment and gender equality are grounded in CEDAW, and IPU is a key partner in that regard, as we have jointly embarked on the development of a new general recommendation on the equal and inclusive representation of women in decision-making systems. It is the best way to mark the 40th anniversary of the CEDAW Committee. In conclusion, the rollout of effective, equitable and sustainable policies addressing climate change with a view to reducing insecurities and social crises requires placing the reduction of existing gender inequalities and women's empowerment at the center of the analysis and action undertaken, in particular through the full representation of women and girls at all levels of decision making. The Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and in particular SDG 1, 2, 5, 6, 13, and 16 provide us with an opportunity to make a positive difference in the life of the next generations. Your role as parliamentarian is key to this process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Haider, for this very informative presentation. And as you rightly said, we need more women in decision-making positions so that we can really see the change. I now give the floor to Ms. Triggs to share with us how the UNHCR ensure that measures to prevent, mitigate, and address the efforts of crisis are all gender responsive and promote the rights of women and girls and their empowerment, including the rights of displaced women and girls.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much indeed for giving us at the United Nations Refugee Agency an opportunity to be part of this IPU conference. And I say that because we know that what we need is the influence and the understanding of members of parliaments who can bring an effective advocacy voice into government in order to achieve both the legislative changes and the policy changes if we are to protect women who are so seriously affected by climate change. This is a very wide-ranging topic, if I may say so. Climate, gender inequality, and of course the huge question of peace and security. But the interaction of each of these elements is absolutely vital if we are to respond to the concerns that we have in particular at the United Nations Refugee Agency. Because you might say, well, why is a refugee agency of the United Nations concerned with climate change or concerned with water? Of course, you all know that we're very much concerned with peace, but I thought I'd begin by explaining the context, why it is that the UN Refugee Agency is so concerned about climate and limited access to water resources. And the reason lies in the mounting and unprecedented numbers of displaced people globally. And in the last year, the High Commissioner for Refugees has reported that we have 103 million people displaced either within their own country or across national boundaries seeking international protection as refugees. In the more than 70-year history of the United Nations Refugee Agency, we have never had numbers of this huge dimension. And in the last year, we've had 14 emergencies, 26 of them new. And now you'll all be, of course, aware of the emergencies with the Ukrainian war, with the drought in Somalia, with the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. But there are many, many other emergencies around the world, and we need to keep an eye on those emergencies because it is conflict that is the main driver of displacement. All over the world, we have conflicts, either a war as in Ukraine, or we have conflict at much smaller levels, but nonetheless devastating in many parts of Africa. And I'm thinking of Mozambique, of the Sahel, and recently Somalia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and others. But what is perhaps the newer element that we are starting to talk about is that climate is having an enormous impact on the movement of peoples due to conflict. Because conflict is what might be called a vulnerability multiplier. And I thought, perhaps if I may, I would give you an example of what I mean. If we take, it's one, and one could look at 20 or 40 examples, but one that perhaps you'll be aware of is the recent conflict in Cameroon, where the grasslands for herds has declined significantly. So the herds people are moving into traditional agricultural areas or into fishing areas in the Great Lakes area and in the river that separates Chad from Cameroon. And that has led to conflict between peoples that have always existed peacefully. But now a conflict has erupted, and over the space of just a week, a few months ago, 30,000 people fled from Cameroon into Chad, placing yet another responsibility burden on the people of Chad to care for these displaced people. So my point is that as we see climate change having an impact on access to water, on access to arable land, or onto land where herds can be fed, we are seeing more conflict and more displacement. But as my colleague, Ms. Haider from CEDAW has said, one of the shocking facts when we talk about people displaced is that in many conflicts, 80% of people displaced are women and children. But another fact, which again illustrates the interoperability of this, the interconnectedness of the world in which we live in, is that 40% of the world's refugees are hosted in countries which are climate vulnerable. And they're also hosted in countries which are the poorest or low or middle income countries. So we have an interrelationship of factors which are having an enormous impact. As Ms. Haider has also pointed out quite accurately, when we have conflict and when we have displacement reflecting lack of access to water resources or as a consequence of climate, we see that the crisis affects women disproportionately. And it's a shocking fact that over 14 times the number of women and children are killed by climate-fueled disasters or conflict. So in every context, we see women and children being the greatest sufferers from our inability to control conflict and our inability to manage climate impacts. We see in some areas girls excluded from school in unprecedented numbers. And in the Horn of Africa, for example, which is now in its 6th year of drought, 9 million livestock have been killed, but 15 million children are out of school. We see a growth in child marriage, of intimate partner violence. We have overcrowded communal living conditions with gender-based violence spiking in areas. The point has been made, and we need to make it as well for refugee women and women displaced. And that is that women are key agents of change, and one of the greatest wastes of human resources is that we do not listen to those women's voices. They need economic empowerment and engagement at the table if they are to reduce the risks and to use the experience and skills that they have to both act proactively to ensure self-reliance and resilience in the face of climate change and water scarcity, but also to be able to respond. Now, many of you will be aware we have many legal instruments. We have all sorts of law created in the 20th century. The challenge for us in the 21st century is to give effect to those conventions, whether it's the Organization of African Unities Convention, the Cartagena Declaration for the Americas, or the global, of course, agreement on the status of refugees. But importantly, of course, to give effect to the Global Compact on Refugees, which is an aspirational, non-legal document which asks for the equitable sharing of responsibilities to assist those countries that are supporting women and children, often poor, low to middle income countries that we all need to take responsibility and to share. Of course, we are very good within the UN system, perhaps for my own agency, at describing the problem. We have the data to demonstrate it, but perhaps we're not always so good at finding solutions. And within the UN Refugee Agency, we are trying to work harder now on finding concrete solutions, and one of them is through climate finance. That is to use the financial resources available globally in order to support host countries that are particularly climate vulnerable and that host the most refugees, but also to ensure that women have access to financing. It's a very sad fact that funding is often not available to poorer women, to local actors, to local communities, for all sorts of very technical, legal and procedural reasons. And one thing we are calling for is new approaches to scaling up climate financing and to ensuring that financing is available on a non-discriminatory basis to ensure that women at local levels can be more influential. So can I conclude, because I know time is short for each of us, can I conclude by asking that we all now stand up in the 21st century to try to give effect to implement in concrete ways the laws that we have in place, the policies that we have in place, and all the goodwill that exists to give effect to the mounting numbers of people displaced because of conflict and climate-related issues. And can I say we cannot keep doing the same things. This is the century for us to be looking at new initiatives to try to deal with the numbers that we're working with and to ensure that women are properly represented and able to use their agency to be effective. So thank you very much, and I very much look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Triggs, for this very important contribution. And actually, the numbers are a bit heartbreaking, number of refugees and how women and children are very affected by this. We hope things can change very soon. Thank you. I would now like to turn to Madam Speaker, Nunu Kumba. Could you inform us on the historic drought situation in the Horn of Africa, where millions of people are currently food insecure and leaving their homes in search of food and water, and how this disaster can be addressed in a way that builds sustainable peace, water governance, and climate action with a strong gender perspective. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, colleagues of the panel, honorable speakers, members of the heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My presentation will focus on the historic drought in the Horn of Africa. And I'm very honored to be part of these panel discussions. The Horn of Africa is in the grip of a worsening drought. Tens of millions of people are in jeopardy, facing an uncertain future. Lives and livelihood across the region have been disrupted, and many will not recover soon. With increased climatic variability, many areas are now facing their fifth consecutive failed rains, and a sixth failed rainy season is predicted in 2023. In Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya, drought conditions exacerbated by existing instability and conflict have left 11 million people food insecure, causing deaths of over 250,000 people, including 130,000 children. This has resulted in increased humanitarian needs, severe water scarcity, dying livestock, as stated earlier by my colleague, and inflation and disease outbreaks. When an alarm was raised about famine in early 2017, the collective response by national and international partners, the European Union, the United Nations, and the World Bank, demonstrated a clear commitment to never again let a famine unfold in Somalia. The massive scale-up of life-saving assistance throughout the country by local communities, civil society, youth groups, diaspora, private sector, local and national authorities, and international partners reflected a level of solidarity and efficiency in the national international aid system to collectively prevent famine in Somalia. I would also like to note that the climate change impacts continue to disproportionately affect women and girls as a result of displacement, food insecurity, and especially those living in protracted conflict areas. Rising poverty and food insecurity, often associated with loss of livelihood, can heighten intimate partner, sexual, and gender-based violence. It is not a secret that some families have married off their girl children as a coping survival strategy. These are serious issues that have been raised at the international level by prominent personalities such as Michelle Bachelet, twice former president of Chile, and former United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights from 2018 to 2022. Today, I want to focus on South Sudan, my country, given the urgency of the situation there. Compared to other countries in the Horn of Africa, South Sudan is facing recorded breaking rains and floods. For the fourth consecutive years, and the threat of worse to come as climate change accelerates. 2/3 of the country is currently experiencing flooding, and over 1 million have been directly affected, and affected as water swept away homes and livestock, forcing thousands to flee and worsening as already their food emergency. At the recent International Women Conference on Transformational Leadership in Juba, South Sudan, climate change and its nexus with advancing gender equality was high on the agenda. One of the key messages focused on the need for the government prioritization of social protection system and access to basic social services such as water and sanitation, health care, education, and renewable energy sources as a foundation to building women's resilience to crises, including those caused by climate change, natural disasters, and conflict. Such services must consider the diverse and special needs of women and girls with disabilities, the internally displaced and migrant women, and those living in rural areas. To save lives and to stop communities from collapsing, we must act now. Today, there must be leadership from the international community. Even as we grapple with the tragic event in Ukraine and the earthquake in Turkey and Syria, and the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, we need to dig deeper in response to the unfolding crisis in the Horn of Africa. The Kampala Ministerial Declaration on Migration, Environment, and Climate Change, signed by 15 African member states in July 2022, is one of the most significant framework that demonstrates a whole-of-government approach, but also the informed and proactive outlook of the government in the region. However, a regional crisis of this magnitude requires a more coordinated and ambitious regional response, given the cross-border movements in search for pasture, water, and humanitarian services. Today's event is an opportunity to propose concrete actions and measures to assist and protect drought and flood-affected communities at all levels. We have excellent lessons to learn from countries such as India, which harvested its water from the annual flooding of river ganges and later uses it to irrigate rice, which is sold to other countries in the world, including the Horn of Africa. South Sudan has been proactive in developing its South Sudan National Water Policy, 2007, South Sudan National Environment Policy, 2015, Adaptation Plan of Action and a Strategy that was launched on 12 November 2015, though the country's technical assessment on vulnerability, hazards, and priority sector is limited. South Sudan remains committed to all SDGs, in this case SDG 13, with the theme of leaving no one behind. We are strongly committed to prevent and eliminate violence against women and girls due to climate change impacts, including recognizing that the violence against women and girls across diversity are intrinsically linked. South Sudan ascended to 4 international conventions, adopting them into law on 24 February 2023. The laws cover civil, political, and economic rights of the people of South Sudan, and including the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the Rights of Women in Africa, commonly known as the Maputo Protocol. and Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. All these indicate the commitment of the government to address issues of global concerns. I would like to urge all governments on the Horn of Africa, as well as the international community, to commit to putting women and girls at the center of decision-making on climate, environmental, and disaster risk policies and programs. Countries, parliaments must put mechanisms in place to ensure that women have appropriate information on disaster preparedness and providing alternative means of livelihood if they are faced with a climate crisis. Mitigation will be sustainable compared to response, which is no longer value for money. Time has come for no more debates on these issues, and it is time to act now. Therefore, due to frequent droughts experienced in the respective countries, and especially in the Horn of Africa, we need to, as government, to have programs which prioritize and promote harvesting and retention of water for different uses. This will be implemented through the community-based watershed management with a focus on maintaining the quality and the quantity of water. 2, countries and parliaments have to exercise zero tolerance to perpetrators of sexual and gender-based violence and must take urgent steps to respect and protect women and girls that are violated, especially as victims of circumstances. 3, countries, parliaments have to ensure that there is a full and equal participation and leadership of women leadership of women on climate change issues. Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with collective commitment and a strong political will as governments and parliaments, in line with all the national and international legal framework in place, we can change the lives of our people, especially women and girls in the Horn of Africa and beyond, who are affected in these areas. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your first-hand account on the worrying situation facing your country and your region. And I also thank you for the solutions that you have proposed. I announce that the list of speakers is closed. We have a number of speakers who would like to speak, so we have closed the list by now. I'm pleased to give the floor to Mr. Putu on how Indonesia is currently coping with and mitigating the impacts of climate change, including in association with those who are most affected by these impacts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor for me, and also I'm very blessed to be here as one of the panel for this very important session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Let me start by introducing myself. I'm Putu Supadma Rudana. I'm a member of Indonesian Parliament, and my constituency is in Bali, the home of 144 IPU last year. I'm also in Commission 6, dealing with trade and investment and also state-owned companies. And then now I'm the Vice Chair of the Committee for Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation. Before, we have heard about the challenges and also the threats regarding insecurity and crisis of water, climate, and also peace. And then I think at this time I would like to share the experience, the wisdom, and hopefully, of course, comparing the challenges, the experience of Indonesia and the wisdom of probably there's a local wisdom in Bali, because we're very lucky that we're blessed with all resources that we have, not only the natural beauty, but we have water supplies from the lake, and also luckily we are very green, and then we have great river, and then actually is very sustainable because we don't need a nuclear reactor or power to bring the water from the mountain to the sea. So I think that's one great information of wisdom maybe I can share. Climate crisis overly affects vulnerable population, including women and children. Of course, during the 145th IPU Assembly last year in Kigali, we have heard how the crisis, including water insecurity, highly amplifies the existing gender inequalities. We have also heard in the UN Parliamentary hearing held just a few weeks ago on how essential water and sanitation on human life. However, as important resources with the potential to drive economic development, ineffective resource management often stands in the way. I believe that engaging and empowering women's and girls' participation are the key to ensure resilience and sustainability to this sector. Since 2017, Indonesia has implemented the water safety plans to ensure the quality on drinking water and protect communities from contamination. In 2021, we reached a key milestone through enacting the National Roadmap of WSP, Water Safety Plans, for 2021 to 2025, which includes implementation of 190 districts and municipalities by 2024. The provision also includes measures to address gender discrimination and inequalities in water and sanitation. I would also like to highlight the main challenges in curbing water security gap between rural and urban area. As of 2020, only 82% of households in rural Indonesia have access to basic water services, while almost 95% of urban households enjoy those services. To tackle this, Indonesia has launched a community-based rural water supply and sanitary program since, of course, 2007. It is a bottom-up participatory driven program which ensures all members of community have equal access to drinking water. It's called PAM CIMAS. Is one of the biggest water supply programs in the world in terms of public participation. As of 2022, almost 22 million people in 32,000 villages throughout Indonesia have PAM CIMAS access. Gender equality is one of the main principles of this PAM CIMAS program by providing equal opportunities for women and men to make decisions, participate actively, and be responsible for the management of water supply facilities. Moreover, our commitments in mainstreaming gender into the climate change are also apparent through the gender-responsive climate budgeting within Indonesia's state budget. Our existing system includes the synchronization of budget planning through Krishna application that facilitate the process of climate budget taking, and the reward system for implementing gender-responsive planning and budgeting known as the Anugerah Parahita Eka Praya Awards. In addition to our experience in Indonesia, I would like to also to highlight about Bali experience and wisdom. As parliamentarians from Bali, I would also like to share how Balinese people hold nature in high respect and consider local wisdom in preserving nature, especially water. Of course, we have one Balinese philosophy called Trihita Karana. It's the harmony between the relationship between human and human, human and nature, and human to our creator. And then this philosophy is very important to Bali, and it's not really directed. People has an obligation to actually do the thing with this philosophy. Trihita Karana is interpreted as a concept that teaches humans to live side by side. The aim is to create harmony in life, not only, of course, with fellow human beings, but also with God and our nature or environment. The three harmonious relationships are believed to bring happiness, harmony, and prosperity in life. Our people uphold the philosophy in life, of course, like I mentioned earlier. That is why the government policy in Bali is also designed according to this philosophy. Of course, how to create the province of Bali that is of high quality, safe, comfortable, productive, self-identified, competitive, and also environmentally friendly and sustainable as a center for the development of culture-based tourism, agriculture, and industry. Further, Balinese manage water as tirta. Tirta meaning that as a holy water concept. It means that all natural spring water is a sacred area that should be protected, and always we have to pray on the sacred area. Both men and women have similar obligation and responsibility to protect and preserve the tirta or holy water. Tirta is an integral part of Balinese society. The definition of holy water refers to water that is taken from the water source, and then it is given, of course, our ceremony, spiritual ceremony. Then it is revered as tirta. Water is something that is very much needed in the life of course, Balinese people. So in Bali, we treat water as very important matter, and of course, people will have to take care the source of water. And actually, there's a lot of temple in the source of water that created by Balinese. Considering this, I am very delighted to inform you as well that Indonesia next year, in 2024, in Bali, on 18 and 24th of May 2024, Bali will hold World Water Forum of 2024. And I think this is a great moment also to invite everybody to visit Bali again, to also experience what I just mentioned earlier regarding the wisdom that I think it's been there for a long generation that Bali people actually been blessed with. Again, I believe that resilience and sustainability of water resource management and climate protection will be strengthened by, of course, women inclusion and empowerment. And then the role of women and girls, of course, is very important and vital to, like I mentioned earlier, to preserve, to protect, and also, hopefully, to the future, to make water sustainable to our future generation. To this end, I also encourage Parliament to engage with women's group and civil society organizations who are at the front lines of this work as important allies in implementing gender-responsive policies. And I thank you for the time, and of course, hopefully that I can give information, not only the experience of Indonesia, but also the wisdom. And of course, we also have the challenge now, even though we are blessed with all resources in Indonesia and Bali, but we have the challenges that to manage all the resources is not that easy. Sometimes it's very difficult how to manage, but I think with our work together, and hopefully we can work hand by hand, we can solve this matter, how to tackle, of course, the water insecurity, the climate problem, and also to hopefully in the future to keep peace more sustainable, and I think that's the way to go forward. I think peace is very important. As you know also, Bali is well known for the island of peace, and Indonesia also is well known for the implementation of harmony in the world. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Puto, for this very informative statement about Indonesia and the issue of climate and water scarcity. We would now like to hear from Ms. Kenner-Nillel about local and national initiatives where grassroots women's groups are consulted and play an active role in prevention and peace building from a feminist perspective. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, MPs, ladies and gentlemen, let me pay tribute to the people of Bahrain by starting with a quote of the late Sheikha Lulua Al Khalifa, our peace woman of Bahrain, who passed away in 2016, and before that she wrote the following: "Now that I am in my 70s, I find in serving women and children the motives that keep me fit and energetic. It was my secret formula that kept me going." My organization, Peace Women Across the World, edited the 1,000 nominations for Peace Women for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2005, and the late Sheikha Lulua Al Khalifa from Bahrain is one of them. Actually, I invite you to do similar initiatives as this book, in which we portray the 1,000 women of all the world. You can do similar initiatives and nominate the women, portray the women who now are peace builders in your area, in your region, in your continent. I also am happy to extend to you the greetings from our board member of Peace Women Across the Globe, Sima Samar, former Minister of Women's Affairs of Afghanistan from 2001 to 2003, and founder afterwards of the Gavarshad University in Kabul. She wrote to me yesterday and allows me to quote: "The university, the Gavarshad University in Kabul, is working under a very difficult condition. It will be only for the boys. The female student will study online, but as you know, it is so difficult because of poverty. Girls cannot afford to pay the fee. In general, the situation is not good, but we will not give up and try to find ways to continue educate the Afghan youth." End of quote of Sima Samar, whom many of you may know. A cornerstone, and please, yes, thank you for the first slide. A cornerstone of our work as civil society, as women's feminist Pacific group, is the UN Security Council Resolution 13.5. You all know it. I will not dwell on that for reasons of time, but why is this resolution so important? And as a lawyer, as an attorney myself, I invite you to read it again and again, because its content is simply excellent, and I urge you to implement it as we are trying to do in our work. Next slide, please. Yes. What we are striving for, the SDGs have been mentioned before, and actually this is one of the aims, also SDG 16, peaceful societies and access to justice for all. Access to justice for all. As an attorney, I cannot stress this enough. Third slide, please. Peace women across the globe have illustrated the importance of including women and youth in peace processes in a recent publication. You find it in English and Spanish on the basis of programs we fund in Colombia, Nepal, and the Philippines. These are ongoing programs. And the strength of those three programs lie also in interconnecting the grassroots women and the experts and also lawmakers from the three countries, Colombia, Nepal, and the Philippines, with the aim that women's organizations and peace activists find a conflict continuum. In this publication, you'll find a useful guide for prevention, for pre-conflict, during war, and post-war reconstruction. This program will continue. I invite you to look at it on our website, which is www.1000peacewomen.org. Allow me now to focus a little bit on the Colombian project, as Latin America and Colombia has not been mentioned in this panel. In Colombia, and you remember that 2016, the Colombian peace agreement was concluding one of the longest wars in the world that had ended after more than 50 years, having left at least 450,000 people killed, 120,000 forcibly disappeared, 30,000 documented cases of sexualized violence. The Colombian peace agreement is the first peace agreement in the world that included a gender focus. The movement Ruta Pacífica de las Mujeres and the civil society organization Comunitar, Corporación de Mujeres Ecofeministas, our two partner organizations in Cauca, the south of Colombia, played a leading role for the first integration of a gender approach into the peace agreement. For example, it refers explicitly to women's rights to own land. And as we know, a title to land is often the only possibility to have access to water. And it states that there will be no amnesty for crimes of sexual violence. That paved the way for the gender working group of the Truth Commission. You can look at the Commission's website under comisiondelaverdad.co. The Colombian peace agreement was already a model for the inclusion of marginalized communities and women. The fact that the experiences of women and LGBTIQ+ people were included in the peace negotiations is also owing to the active women's grassroots and feminist movements. Thanks to them, the Commission's final report, which was rendered last June, includes the 644-page volume, My Body is the Truth, which pays tribute to the experiences of 10,864 women who were multiply affected by the conflict. The volume, I will go on. As a feminist on the Commission, the gender coordinator of the Colombian Truth Commission said, I quote, Salome Gomez Corrales, as a feminist on the Commission, it was a great opportunity to explain to the whole society how patriarchy, racism, and discrimination fostered, justified, and legitimized violence against women and LGBTIQ+ people. It was her team that convinced the Commission to dedicate a separate chapter to women and LGBTIQ people in the final report. Without the voices of women, the testimonies of those over 10,000 women, it would not have been possible to clarify what happened in the decade-long Colombian conflict. The newly elected left progressive government in Colombia has promised to implement the Commission's recommendations and is holding consultations with representatives of the women's movement to create a national action plan to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1325. The armed conflict may officially be over, but women continue to be exposed to violence and to a militarized understanding of security. Here are some of the most important recommendations, and I will conclude on this. Please, the last slide. A new vision of security should be created that promotes peace as a public good with people at the center. A new Ministry of Peace and Reconciliation will be responsible for the implementation of the peace process and contribute to reconciliation in general. I look forward to the compliments by the delegates from Colombia and Latin America, who will know much more than me about the situation in Colombia. And I invite you to connect with my organization, Peace Women across the globe, within these Feminists Connecting for Peace. We hold webinars. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the enlightening information, Ms. Cananel. And dear colleagues, the floor is yours now to share your thoughts and good practices. We have 30 delegations registered so far, and we have already closed the floor for receiving contributions. So we'll start with. We'll start with Kuwait, and please try to limit your contribution to 2 minutes so that we can be able to accommodate all the delegations that have registered their names. 2 minutes, please. Kuwait? No? Okay. So, Niger? Do we have Niger? No. Next is Cyprus.
Hello, colleagues. First, I would like to thank the panel for the interesting introduction, and particularly our colleague from Indonesia. I wish everybody had this approach to this water and the holiness of water. And yes, the world is in crisis, and we've seen this through the pandemic. And we have seen that the crises are never gender neutral. Today, more than ever before, underrepresentation of women in response to crisis and in resilience building is calling for increased women participation and leadership in decision-making process for sound results, leaving no one behind. Water crisis is a health crisis. Climate change and global warming are intensifying water scarcity. While conflicts are the main cause of hunger in the world, changes in rainfall or temperatures and droughts affect water supply, agriculture, harvests, and livelihoods, thus causing severe rise in global hunger. Recent research confirms that water scarcity and other climate threats have a disproportionately negative effect on women and girls around the world. Moreover, they undermine national and regional peace and security as they lead to forced migration. We have seen, even in my country, a lot of refugees that they leave their countries because of economic problems and poverty. Nevertheless, a robust gender perspective, which would include mechanisms that guarantee women's equal participation and leadership in water governance, climate response, and peace processes, is yet not included in policies and national adaptation strategies. As women parliamentarians, we must engage in a process of evaluation as regards the gender footprint on water insecurity, climate change, and conflict, and demand that women are able to contribute in lawmaking and policymaking in these areas. We need to ensure that measures to prevent, mitigate, and address the effects of water insecurity, climate change, and conflict are all gender responsive and promote the empowerment and the rights of women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Syria. 2 minutes, please. Followed by Egypt.
مساء الخير. بداية شكراً لاستضافة مملكة البحرين المميزة. انطلاقاً من عنوان المرأة والقيادة النسائية في معالجة الأزمات، حظيت المرأة السورية بمكانة عالية في المجتمع السوري وباهتمام ورعاية الدولة السورية التي آمنت بدورها بصفتها شريك فاعل في عملية التنمية، ولها دور مميز على الصعيد السياسي والاقتصادي والمجتمعي. وهنا وفي ظروف الحرب وكارثة الزلزال أود أن أنقل لحضراتكم رسالة من نساء من وطني. آن الأوان للشعب السوري أن يحيا، للطفل أن يحلم، وللشباب أن يبني مستقبله. آن الأوان أن نمحي التمييز بين الشعوب، فلا يوجد شعب أفضل من شعب، ولا أحد يستطيع أن يعاقب ويحاصر ويسرق الشعوب وثرواتها ويحتل أراضيها. كل الشعوب غنية بما تملك من أرض وعلم وفكر وحضارة. نحن في سوريا لم نسمع عن الحرب بل عشناها، لم نسمع عن الإرهاب بل واجهناه، لم نسمع عن العقوبات وسرقة الثروات، لا بل فرض علينا أن نشتري ما نملك من نفط وغاز وقمح. يجب أن لا تبقى الحقيقة هي الضحية الأكبر. عشنا الحرب والحصار وأخيراً كارثة الزلزال، وكانت المرأة حاضرة، امتلكت الخبرة في التصدي لانعدام الأمن، امتلكت المعرفة في مجابهة الأزمات والكوارث وإدارة النقص في المواد والغذاء والحاجيات، حافظت على أسرتها وقيمها ووطنها، وصمد معها الوطن. ارفعوا العقوبات عن سوريا. شكراً.
Followed by Ukraine. Egypt.
شكراً للسيدة الرئيسة، شكراً للمنصة الكريمة على هذه الكلمات المتنوعة والشاملة والمفيدة، وشكراً لدورة البحرين على الترحيب. السادة الحضور، نواجه اليوم تحديات غير مسبوقة تتعدد فيها الأزمات وتتشابك على الصعيدين الإقليمي والدولي، مولدة كم من العوائق التي تتراكم لتقف سداً أمام آمال النساء والفتيات في حاضر وغد أكثر عدالة وإنصافاً لهن، حيث طالتهن تداعيات الأزمات المتلاحقة من تغيرات مناخية وأزمة غذاء وطاقة وتبعات الحروب والنزاعات وجائحة كوفيد-19، وأثرت هذه الأزمات على وضعهن وحقوقهن، فهن الأكثر تعرضاً للآثار السلبية الناجمة عن الحروب والكوارث والأزمات، إلى أننا لا يجب أن ننظر لهن على أنهن ضحايا فقط، بل إنهن أيضا قائدات تغيير يتمتعن بالقوة، وقد شاهدنا قيادتهن في العديد من المواقع في أزمات العالم. وجدير بالذكر إن إعلان كيجالي الصادر عن الجمعية 145 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي أكد على أن المساواة بين الرجال والنساء تعتبر أساسية في مواجهة الجوائح والنزاعات والركود الاقتصادي وتغير المناخ، كما أكد على الحاجة لبرلمانات مراعية للمنظور الجندري في ظل الأزمات. وتماشيا مع ما تم ذكره، فقد ثبت أنه عندما تتولى المرأة دوراً قيادياً في الحكومة ويتم تمثيلها في البرلمان، نرى استثمارات أكبر في الحماية الاجتماعية وخطوات أوسع في مجال مكافحة الفقر، وتتبنى سياسات أكثر صرامة بشأن تغير المناخ. وعندما تجلس المرأة على طاولة مفاوضات السلام تبرم اتفاقيات أكثر ديمومة. وبالرغم من ذلك لا تشكل النساء سوى ربع المشرعين على الصعيد الوطني في جميع أنحاء العالم، وثلث أعضاء الحكومة المحلية، وفقط خمس الوزراء في الحكومات. ومن ثم أصبح تمكين النساء في الأزمات والصراعات أمراً حيوياً، فهن يشكلن 50% من سكان العالم، ولذلك يجب أن يكون جزء من الحل، كما أن المساواة بين الجنسين جزء لا يتجزأ من التنمية المستدامة.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ukraine, followed by United Arab Emirates.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm sorry, my mic it's not on my place. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, I want to express a point of view on the situation from Ukraine. In the constitutions of our countries, the functions of member of parliaments are often outlined in detail. These functions are very well known to us from the theory of state and law. However, in extreme conditions, members of parliament must do much more, regardless of their gender, age, position, or professional specialization. When Russia launched a large-scale unprovoked aggression against Ukraine, every male and women MP became a universal figure. Each of us is now an international diplomat, a volunteer, a psychologist, a driver who delivers humanitarian aid. Some of male colleagues take care of the children of Ukrainian refugees who are forced to flee from Russian bombs and tanks, and some of our female colleagues are involved to organizing the reconstruction of houses destroyed by Russia or working with national security and intelligence bodies. Some colleagues, both men and women, are directly fighting with weapons on the battlefield. Both men and women in our parliament are equally risking their lives while performing their duties. Even we sit under the glass roof of our parliament building during the plenary session, we are not immune to the danger of the Russian missiles and drones attacking our country. What does this all mean? It means that the Ukrainian parliament has become a good role model for our society and for other nations. When gender does not affect rights, duties, professional specialization, or life risk for responsible people, each of us should be an example of kind of society we want to build. And we are doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you. United Arab Emirates, followed by Azerbaijan.
السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولاً أود أن أشكر مملكة البحرين الحبيبة على الاستضافة الرائعة للIPU 146، ونشكر اللجنة على ما تم طرحه من أفكار وآراء. ونرى الآتي: ينبغي على البرلمانات أن تمكن مشاركة المرأة في عملية الإصلاح الشامل لمؤسسات المجتمع المدني وإعطائها أدوار أكبر في لعب الوساطة لإتمام مباحثات السلام الرسمية. ضرورة حث البرلمانات على سن تشريعات جديدة تتضمن نسبة مشاركة فعالة للمرأة في عملية السلام. الحضور الكريم، اسمحوا لنا كوفد دولة الإمارات أن نستعرض التجارب التي قامت بها دولتنا الإمارات حيال موضوع نقاشنا اليوم. تم إطلاق مبادرة الشيخة فاطمة بنت مبارك للمرأة والسلام والأمن لبناء الكوادر النسائية في مجال العمل العسكري وحفظ السلام. يسمح هذا البرنامج الذي مدته 9 أسابيع للنساء المشاركات من دول عربية وأفريقية بالتدريب العسكري بالتعاون مع وزارة الدفاع وتنسيق هيئة الأمم المتحدة للمرأة وتحقيق الأهداف الاستراتيجية لقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 1325. الحضور الكريم، دولة الإمارات تعطي ملف المرأة والأمن والسلام أولوية قصوى ليتماشى مع أولوية هيئة الأمم المتحدة لملف المرأة، وخصوصاً بعد حصول دولة الإمارات على المرتبة الأولى إقليمياً في مؤشر المساواة بين الجنسين لعام 2020. كما أنها تحرص دائماً على حث الدول إدراج أجندة تمكين المرأة في مناقشات مجلس الأمن المختلفة، خاصة الدمج الاقتصادي للمرأة ومشاركتها كعنصر أساسي في تحقيق السلام والأمن. وشكراً.
Azerbaijan, followed by France.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, eminent participants, ladies and gentlemen. The role of women in solving problems related to insecurity and crisis is really high, and based on their potentials, they can change the world for the better. In 2020, my country, Azerbaijan, restored the justice.
Excuse me, can I ask you to come closer to the mic because we can't hear? Thank you.
In 2020, my country, Azerbaijan, restored justice, so we could deoccupy our lands, which were for 30 years under Armenian occupation. Now the war has ended, and we are in the post-war period, which has many problems. First, I want to attract your attention to mine problems that we are suffering for 3 years, which left almost 300 victims, and the second is reintegration. For the first problem, I want to say that 30 years conflict brought genocide, culturecide, and enormous sufferings to the people of Azerbaijan. There are losses in the part of Armenia as well. But now we have turned the page of hatred. Now we want to build peace. And we believe that enforcing dialogue between the sides in this crisis situation is the best way out. We believe the parliamentarian can play their role in this process. Encouraging women participation in peace dialogue can bring new impetus and enable us to understand where we are and what we need to do. With special accent of women's role, we can smooth the way to peace deal, which is very critical for now. UN Resolution 1325 can be a next but very effective tool in enforcing the women activity. So I want to say that the situation can be can change for the better, but the dialogue is very important. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Azerbaijan, followed by France. France, followed by the Russian Federation.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Mon intervention sera centrée sur la possibilité pour l'égalité des sexes d'être un élément central pour la durabilité de la paix. Le Parlement français et plus singulièrement l'Assemblée nationale partagent résolument l'objectif d'une diplomatie féministe. Conformément à la résolution 1325 Femmes, paix et sécurité que vous avez citée, Madame Kinar-Nilén, adoptée à l'unanimité par le Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies en 2000, le respect des droits des femmes et des filles et la participation des femmes au processus décisionnel sont tout à la fois des objectifs et des moyens essentiels pour prévenir les conflits et favoriser une culture de la paix. Selon ONU Femmes, vous savez que la participation des femmes aux accords de paix augmente de 20 à 25% les probabilités que l'accord perdure dans le temps. Et dans le cadre de l'UIP, nous pourrions envisager de rédiger une résolution portant sur la place des femmes dans la diplomatie, en recommandant par exemple l'adoption de législation promouvant la place des femmes dans la diplomatie, dans les armées, C'est ce que nous avons fait au niveau du Parlement français. Ainsi, comme le montraient mes collègues de l'Assemblée nationale, Mireille Clapeau et Laurence Dumont, dans un précédent rapport sur la place des droits des femmes dans la diplomatie française, la prise en compte du rôle des femmes ne saurait être considérée comme un simple vernis recouvrant notre diplomatie. Il s'agit bien plutôt d'une condition sine qua non de l'efficacité de nos politiques. En ma qualité de présidente de la délégation droits des femmes de l'Assemblée nationale française, je salue les efforts constants de Madame Delphine Haut, ambassadrice et secrétaire générale du Forum Génération Égalité. Et la délégation aux droits des femmes est saisie chaque année du projet de loi de finances et les crédits de la politique extérieure dévolus à l'égalité femmes-hommes y font l'objet d'un examen attentif. Alors que nos sociétés font face à des tensions de plus en plus nombreuses et que les guerres font rage, notamment en Europe et en Afrique, il est urgent d'accroître la place des femmes dans les processus décisionnels. Je conclurai mon intervention en rappelant par ailleurs que dans le cadre de l'accord de Paris sur le climat de décembre 2015, la France a su prendre à la prise en compte de l'égalité des sexes dans le préambule de plusieurs articles. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. We have a Russian Federation, followed by Philippines.
Благодарю, госпожа председатель. Уважаемые коллеги, тема нашей встречи чрезвычайно актуальна. В условиях международной турбулентности Россия последовательно отстаивает принципы, заложенные в Уставе Организации Объединенных Наций. Против нашей страны введены несправедливые ограничения ради подавления нашего суверенитета. Это нанесло ущерб реализации повестки ООН, достижению заявленных в ней целей устойчивого развития. Убеждена, что в условиях нестабильности женщины-парламентарии должны показать миру пример конструктивного взаимодействия, поддержания диалога в интересах народов. Женщины особенно остро чувствуют ценность жизни, и этим определена наша особая миссия. Хочу также подчеркнуть, что страдания, невосполнимые потери в украинском конфликте испытывают прежде всего женщины Донбасса и других приграничных регионов России. Именно они находятся в зоне боевых действий. Они надеются на понимание и поддержку женщин других стран. Там, где международный диалог затруднен, именно женщинам-парламентариям легче найти точки соприкосновения. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you. We have Philippines, followed by South Africa.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Leadership can make or break a nation. And for leaders in Parliament like us, there is much we can do to address the gender gap. We know this, but it is worth repeating. The number one thing we need to do is include women in all decision-making levels. When I go around our country, meeting people in the local government, I'm an elected senator in the Philippines, and that means I am elected nationwide. So I go around the country and I meet local government people. I always emphasize the importance of women's voices. Decisions made without their perspective is never good enough. On the budget, in the Philippines, our Magna Carta of Women law requires 5% of the total budget of government agencies are set aside for GAD, the GAD programs and activities. This is a good thing, but this session serves as a reminder for us to review how these budgets are used. How can we use these funds during times of crisis? Also in the Philippines, we have a Senate Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovations, and Futures Thinking. It was my initiative to establish this committee. We are one of the few parliaments in the world that reviews policies and laws with a future thinking lens. To this end, I have been able to include futures thinking research, budget for public universities. They are tasked to conduct research precisely on topics that affect women, like food security, access to clean water, climate change, and more. The importance of studying these issues from a gender perspective cannot be overlooked. Also, both at the committee level and on the floor, my team seeks to look at all legislation from both a gender perspective and sustainability. Meanwhile, I will continue to listen intently to the debates. I will take home a wealth of information from the wonderful women who have participated here today and to our resource persons. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you. We have South Africa, followed by Thailand.
Madam Chairperson, today's debate reminds us that we need more women at the table to build more inclusive and equitable societies during these trying times. Research shows that societies prosper when more women participate as community leaders, workers, policymakers, and implementers. For example, during the pandemic, the consistent message has been that female leaders outperform their male counterparts in crisis response, particularly due to a compassionate approach. The UNDP UN Women COVID-19 Global Gender Tracker showed that governments with higher women's representation in parliaments adopted a higher number of gender-sensitive policy measures in response to the pandemic. This does suggest that the presence of more women in parliaments and the executive may positively contribute to more balanced, gender-sensitive, environmentally considerate policies. It is therefore important for us to break the cycles of underrepresentation, hunger, abuse, exploitation, and negligence by investing in and prioritizing women's and girl child's rights. It starts by empowering and educating our women and girls. UNESCO research shows that for every year of primary school a girl completes, her wages later in life go up by 20%. For every year of secondary school, by 25%. We must also ensure that no child sits in a classroom hungry by providing school meal programs. In South Africa, our national school program provides over 9 million learners with nutritious meals every day at school. The lack of legal protection in our countries continues to enable everything from gender-based violence to discrimination. As parliamentarians, our main task is to ensure that a comprehensive domestic legislative framework is accompanied by appropriate resources and awareness programs in place to not only end impunity, but to send a strong message that violence against women is not acceptable. In South Africa, we are committed to ridding our society of gender-based violence and femicide, which remain pervasive violations in our country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Thailand, followed by Mexico.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, women have an important role in decision-making in their household and cause. Many resources in our daily life, such as fresh water, firewood, food, are fallen onto women's shoulders to collect and cook for their family members' self-consumption. Moreover, collection of water for several miles away from home and carrying heavy of jerry cans containing water can lead to negative impacts on women's health in certain parts of the world. Not to mention the contaminated water that women and girls can get infected or transmitted of diseases. In relation to the above issue that many women and girls in African countries are facing, most of women and girls in Thailand have experienced differently. They face both droughts and flood caused by climate change. This leads to sanitation and health issues, which disproportionately affected women and girls. To address the related water issues systematically and comprehensive, Thai Parliament has passed the Water Resources Act in 2018, which was deemed the first ever law that integrated all aspects of water management in Thailand. According to the Act, the Office of the National Water Resources serves as a national focal point on water resources management and strategic planning in case of both droughts and flood. A new department dedicated to climate change affairs is being established under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mexico, followed by Netherlands.
Thank you.
Well, according of all this World Economic Forum, women currently earn 68% less than men globally. We still are only 25% in parliament representation. We still are the worldwide numbers experience physical and sexual violence in our lifetime. But on the other hand, we have great examples, as France talking about the gender parity law, talking about Australia, about the workplace gender equality law. Ireland has talked about the Gender Recognition Act, the UK about the domestic abuse, New Zealand, the paid parental leave law, Germany, Spain, Turkey, for example, the Act of the Prevention and Elimination of Violence Against Women, Norway about the gender balance law. So yeah, we need a lot of things, but we still have been reaching a lot of things in some countries. So I would like to propose the IPU to create a platform, a success platform in the IPU with all the laws, the successful laws from other part of the countries that has been successful. So we can support each other, we can help each other, and at least the general idea, we can have what is your country doing, Armenia, what is Cameroon doing, what is Mexico doing, because sometimes in this forum we have great ideas, but we need to return to our countries and have like the know-how, what can we do? So that is what I would like to propose. I'm very glad to be in this assembly and listen good example of practices. So, dear President, I think it would be a great idea to promote this platform in the IPU so we can share what our countries are doing, because yeah, it's a lot to do. There is a long way to reach, but also we have to recognize what women is doing. Thank you so much.
Netherlands, followed by Canada.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You really
شغال مساء الخير. أنا بيترا، أنا سيناتور من هولندا من الأراضي المنخفضة. شكرا للضيافة والكرامة من الدولة البحرينية. And I will continue my introduction in Dutch, not in Dutch, in English, sorry. My country is known as a country for being below sea level. In some parts, we're below 7 meters. Last year, in my home province, Limburg, which is known to be hilly, my mother, my sister, my nieces were under threat to being evacuated. And it made all of us realize in the Netherlands that the issue of climate crisis is not only an issue of countries far away, it's something we are all confronted with. So here, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, we have to ask ourselves the questions, how can we as parliamentarians, as senators, be good ancestors? What can we do to include the voices of everybody, of all genders, in all their diversity, into our policies? In Egypt, during the COP, the climate summit, less than 30% of the time was taken by female representatives, whereas policy and research has shown that if women, and other colleagues have mentioned it as well, if they are at the table in our parliaments, when policies are being drafted and laws are being made, that we will have more inclusive climate policies. My country, like many other countries, has established a feminist foreign policy, and I thank Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Spain, France, Canada to be on board, because feminist foreign policy will enable also us parliamentarians to be more inclusive. To conclude, one of the first vice prime minister in the Netherlands, female vice prime minister, once said, her name is Els Borst, she's one of the leaders of my social liberal party, she said, politics are too important to leave only to men. I would say climate justice is too important to only leave it to men, but we need them on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Canada, followed by Romania.
Thank you. Colleagues, I would like to begin by thanking the Forum for organizing such a timely discussion and the panelists for their insights. The nexus of climate change and water scarcity is devastating livelihoods, driving displacement, widening economic and gender inequalities, and undermining sustainable development. Of the 28 million people who are estimated to have been displaced in 2021, 23.7 million were displaced due to climate-related disasters. The United Nations reports that most of these displaced people were women and children. Climate change has significant impacts on the availability of fresh water, and limited access to water affects women's overall health. It also impacts agricultural production and the care of livestock, and the increase in the overall amount of labor that is expended to collect, store, and protect and distribute water. We have also seen that climate change impacts girls' educations, as girls are the first to drop out of school to help with chores at home. Despite being unduly affected by climate change and its effects, including on water scarcity, women's full participation in crisis response and resilience building remains limited. We need to have women at the decision-making table, and women's voices need to be amplified and heard. It is well documented that women's perspectives contribute to a broader understanding of causes and consequences of conflict and can strengthen the legitimacy of the peace processes. Evidence also suggests the involvement of women in crisis responses and resilience building contributes to sustainable peace. The gendered implication of water scarcity is a global challenge, and inter-parliamentary cooperation has a vital role to play in making meaningful improvements in women's representation in policy making and decision making as they relate to tackling climate change and its impacts. For example, we can, indeed we must, identify gender-sensitive strategies to respond to the environmental and humanitarian crisis caused by climate change.
Thank you. Romania.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I very much appreciate the choice of this subject on the agenda. There are so many examples around us of women leadership in conflict and post-conflict societies during economic crisis or in communities severely impacted by climate change. More than a year has passed since Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. My country has played and continues to play an important role in providing support to Ukraine and to the more than 3 million Ukrainian refugees who entered our territory. And I would like to mention in this context that the task of strategically coordinated Romania's national response to this refugees crisis, a response that involves emergency assistance as well as protection, inclusion, and social cohesion measures, was entrusted to a woman holding the position of state councillor in the Romanian government. I'm sure that each of us could give similar examples of women leading successful responses to crises of all kinds. If this is true, let us make these women leaders better known. Let us showcase their stories, their successes, and their hardships they have overcome. From a different perspective, the ongoing war in Ukraine has demonstrated again and again that women are not only victims during a conflict, they are also at the helm of the political, military, and humanitarian responses. I'm thinking of our colleagues from the Supreme Rada who have continued to perform their duties with courage and determination despite the atrocities surrounding them. I'm thinking of the brave Ukrainian women soldiers and the brave Ukrainian mothers protecting their children from the Russian army and threats. So let me express our full solidarity with the Ukrainian women and with all the women in conflict situations throughout the world.
Mozambique, followed by Ireland.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Presidente. Excelências, o agravamento das tensões político-militares, os eventos climáticos extremos e as crises alimentar e energética afetam particularmente as mulheres, exigindo de todas nós maior coesão e liderança com vista a encontrar soluções sustentáveis para fazer face a estes desafios. Como parlamentares, precisamos de delinear soluções holísticas que nos permitam o desenho de políticas nacionais que tenham impacto no combate à violação dos direitos humanos das mulheres, no combate à impunidade, na promoção da justiça social e equidade do género e do respeito pela dignidade da mulher. Em Moçambique, a Assembleia da República aprovou leis, entre as quais a Lei da Família, Lei contra a Violência Baseada no Género, Lei contra Uniões Prematuras. Estas leis foram aprovadas com vista a garantir o respeito pelos direitos humanos das mulheres. No meu país, maior parte da população vive nas zonas rurais, onde as raparigas e a mulher dedicam maior parte do seu tempo na agricultura, percorrendo longas distâncias à procura de água e de combustível lenhoso. O desempenho destas atividades faz com que, desde cedo, a mulher e a rapariga não tenham acesso à educação formal, não tenham acesso a oportunidades de autossuperação, o que compromete o seu presente e o seu futuro. Com vista a garantir maior acesso à água e energia, estão em curso duas iniciativas presidenciais, uma de aumento do acesso à água e outra de aumento de acesso à energia, em particular nas zonas rurais. Estas duas iniciativas...
Thank you. Next we have Ireland, followed by Morocco.
Salam alaikum. It is a huge honor to be here among all these amazing women. And of course, the men who chose to attend this discussion too today. Not as many as I would have liked, of course. More women in power is literally our only hope as a planet. And it will not happen without the good men in politics realizing this and why it is necessary. I believe it is only together we can smash the patriarchy and really save our planet from huge wipeout of people, our natural environment, biodiversity. It will be better for men as well as women, actually, much better. I am a leader of the Green Party in the Senate in Ireland. To the men in the room, look at your own daughter, sister, niece. Are you happy for her to be treated as a second-class citizen, not treated equally or fairly? If you are not, you need to help us. Call out bad behaviour, call out oppression, step aside and let more women take the table. We are sick of sitting at the kitchen table, we need to be at all the other tables. As a single mother who has worked as a climate activist for 25 years and as a Green Party politician, it has not been easy to get this far in politics. For less than 3 years now I am a senator. We are in serious trouble, but if we get more equality for women, I firmly believe, I'm convinced we will have a cleaner air, cleaner water, better quality food, happier and healthier children, and we can reverse biodiversity and climate emergency. My first week in the Shannon, me and two female colleagues of mine in the Senate introduced a bill that was passed, and it abolished the need to have planning permission to put up solar panels. A ridiculous rule in the first place. We, as a Green Party, convinced our coalition partners to give grants for photovoltaic solar panels, and now there is a solar revolution in our country. This summer we are putting free solar panels on every school in Ireland. I do not fly in general because it is so stupid in a climate emergency to fly. But women who have freedom of speech must use and take every opportunity to speak for all those women who have no voice. We have 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Morocco, followed by Ghana.
شكرا. شكرا سيدتي. في الواقع من خلال كل ما نسمع الآن من مداخلة الأخوات، النساء هن أكبر ضحايا الأزمات والأوبئة والحروب والكوارث الطبيعية والتحولات المناخية وندرة المياه. ولكن اليوم إذا اشتغلنا وترافعنا كبرلمانيين وبرلمانيات وكحكومات يمكن أن نحول هؤلاء النساء من كونهن ضحايا إلى كونهن فاعلات من خلال تواجدهن في موطن القرار، كل مواطن القرار، القرار السياسي، الاقتصادي، الثقافي، البيئي، المائي. لابد من إشراك النساء في كل مواطن القرار لكي لا يبقين مجرد ضحايا. وهنا طبعا أود إثارة الانتباه إلى أن الموضوع المطروح والذي تتبناه اليوم الجمعية العامة مرتبط بتعزيز التعايش السلمي وتحقيق المجتمعات الدامجة، المجتمعات التي لا وجود فيها للتعصب. كيف يعقل أن يتحقق ذلك إذا لم نكن أمام مجتمعات تتبنى المساواة نصاً تشريعاً وممارسة على أرض الواقع، إذا لم نكن في مجتمعات تدمج فيها ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة إدماجاً جيداً، إذا لم نكن في مجتمعات يتحقق فيها الاستقبال الجيد لأولئك الذين نزحوا من مواطنهم الأصلية باحثين عن الماء من خلال توفير الشغل والصحة والتعليم. صحيح قد لا يتحقق هذا في حكومة واحدة محكومة في الزمان والمكان، ولكن لابد أن يكون هذا هو الرؤية الاستراتيجية للحكومات وللمؤسسات الوطنية والدولية، لأن المساواة اليوم ليست مطلبا للنساء فقط، يجب أن تكون مطلبا للرجال ومطلبا للمجتمعات، لأنها عن طريقها تتحقق الديمقراطية والتنمية الاقتصادية، فيسعد بالرفاهية كل من النساء والرجال. وشكرا.
Ghana followed by Iran.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that global warming, climate change, and its effect on women and their livelihoods are of major concern to me. I'm a member of parliament in a coastal community, and I see the devastation from the tidal waves and its effect on my people. So if women don't have other sources of livelihoods, when the effects of climate change come, they suffer. And that also affects their children's participation in academic activities and remaining in school. Most women who are single parents have to deal with the raising of their children, and the effects of this climate change and global warming ultimately affects their sources of income. I'd like to know experiences that people have in communities that have suffered same. Additionally, the pastoralists and nomadic communities around the northern sector of my country also put a challenge. If there's a drought, then they migrate into communities where there are farms. Women's farms are affected by these nomads. It is important and imperative that female parliamentarians in the regions come together and see how we can affect policy change. I know that in my country, for example, the World Bank gave a facility for fodder farms where pastoralists can go and graze their cattle, but they don't participate or take advantage of it because they don't want to pay. And by so doing, they affect other people's farms, and this can create conflicts, and then we will have to be dealing with resolutions and solutions to the conflicts that arise out of this situation. Countries around my country need to look at how we can address these issues. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Iran, followed by Kenya.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
بر اساس اصل 50 قانون اساسی جمهوری اسلامی ایران، امنیت محیط زیست و مقابله با بحران‌های زیست محیطی به عنوان برنامه‌ها و سیاست‌های اصلی جمهوری اسلامی ایران معرفی شده است. جمهوری اسلامی ایران بر این باور است که دستیابی به این هدف بدون اتخاذ سیاست‌های مناسب در تصمیم‌گیری‌ها و مشارکت سیاسی زنان به عنوان نیمی از جمعیت که نیمی دیگر را پرورش می‌دهند امکان پذیر نیست. با توجه به مشارکت زنان در امر تصمیم‌گیری، جمهوری اسلامی ایران مفتخر است اعلام نماید که با افزایش مشارکت زنان متخصص و توانمند در تصمیم‌گیری نهادهای دولتی، کشور توانسته است عدالت جنسیتی را با توجه به نیازهای زیست محیطی خود رعایت نماید. به عنوان مثال، تصدی سمت معاونت زنان در سازمان حفاظت محیط زیست به عنوان یک مرجع ارشد تصمیم‌گیری ملی برای 4 دوره اختصاص 1/4 پست‌های مدیریت کلان محیط زیست کشور به زنان و همچنین اختصاص 40% از معاونت‌های سازمان حفاظت محیط زیست به زنان از نمونه‌های بارز عدالت جنسیتی در این حوزه است. ایران به عنوان یک کشور در معرض خشکسالی با منابع آبی کمیاب به طور مرتب اقدامات مختلفی را برای بهینه‌سازی منابع آب و سیستم‌های پسماند آب خود به منظور ارتقاء الگوی مصرف انجام داده است. شایان ذکر است از جمله اقدامات مثبتی که تاکنون در کشور من انجام شده است، حفر قنات در مناطق خشک با منابع آبی کمیاب و همچنین راه‌اندازی پروژه‌های آبشیرین کن صنعتی بوده است. جمهوری اسلامی ایران قربانی اقدامات قهری یکجانبه گرایانه‌ای شده است که به نوبه خود تهدیدی بزرگ برای توسعه پایدار است. تحریم‌ها و تروریسم اقتصادی نه تنها پایداری صلح و تاب‌آوری آب و هوا را به تعویق می‌اندازد، بلکه به عنوان تهدیدی مهم برای زندگی مردم کشورم از جمله زنان و دختران به شمار می‌رود. در حالی که ما برای یافتن راه‌حل‌های جهانی برای چنین بحران‌هایی در اینجا گرد هم آمده‌ایم، شایان ذکر است که تلاش‌های ما در کشورم به شدت تحت تاثیر اقدامات غیرقانونی ایالات متحده آمریکا قرار گرفته است. در واقع چنین اقداماتی غیر منصفانه و یکجانبه گرایانه‌ای دسترسی به فناوری‌های زیست محیطی را محدود می‌کند.
Can we have Kenya, please?
President and the panel. Madam President, Kenya is currently undergoing a drought crisis within its arid and semi-arid areas, which has resulted into the death of livestock as well as malnutrition and starvation for most of the population. As usual, women and children are bearing the greatest brand of this drought. Madam President, the Kenyan government has put in place numerous laws to ensure that the country is in a position to fight climate change. Some of these include the implementation of Climate Change Act 2016, the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016, energy efficiency regulations, and the creation of a national climate change action plan. Kenya also has introduced a ban on single-use plastic bags, which came into effect in 2017. Furthermore, Kenya has implemented the Kenya National Adaptation Plan 2015 to 2030 to enhance synergies between adaptation and mitigation actions in order to attain a low-carbon climate resilient economy. This notwithstanding, there are many challenges that we have faced in Kenya. These include limited funding, limited public awareness, limited access to technology that is assistive, limited insufficient data and research on this matter, and very important, insufficient research on the link between the impact of climate change on the lives of women and the consequent impacts on livelihoods in society as a whole, given that women are the de facto social security system, not just in Kenya, but in Africa. This particular challenge further creates another gap in recognizing that women must be placed at the center of all the strategies to reverse the negative impacts of climate change. Madam President, as members of Parliament and senators, we have formed a climate change caucus to play our part, including initiating policy and legislative actions and amendments to improve the quality of programs that Kenya adopts.
Thank you. We have Zambia, followed by Botswana.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The adverse effects of climate change bring about undesirable outcomes, especially for women and young girls in our country. Water scarcity forces them to move long distances to fetch for water, and sometimes these women and girls are attacked, raped, in some instances killed. The Zambian Parliament has utilized its legislative, oversight, budgetary, and representative function to contribute to the country's achievement of net zero emissions. However, one of the major causes of climate change in our country is deforestation caused by cutting down of trees as a source of energy in our country, in the communities that have no access to the main grid and other alternative sources of energy. This has caused internal displacement of our people, both the local and the refugees. As you know, Zambia is the home for most refugees in Africa. However, under the office of Madam Speaker, she launched the tree planting initiative in one of the constituencies. The initiative is being rolled out to all the 156 constituencies in our country. It emanated from a resolution which was adopted by the 144th IPU Assembly, which recognized the urgent need to address the climate crisis by coming up with strategies to mitigate the impacts of climate change in respective countries. At institutional level, the National Assembly of Zambia has continued to implement and support innovative practices, operations aimed at reducing gas emissions within the institution. These include the following: implementing the e-parliament concept, where the institution is promoting the use of information and communication technologies in its operations. This has involved transmitting documents electronically instead of printing. An example is the daily order paper, which is posted on the website and sent via email and WhatsApp to stakeholders, including government departments and parliamentary staff, and partnered with Zambia paper mills to collect waste paper for recycling. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. We have Botswana, followed by Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me thank the panel for the informative discussion and just share a little bit of Botswana's experience in terms of the effects of climate change on women and girls. 2019, we carried out a study to assess implications of changing climate, particularly with regards to frequent drought on women and men, current roles in households, access to and control of resources, as well as the ability to make decisions in the households and communities within the project sites. Madam Chair, the study revealed that women are more vulnerable to climate change as a result of their gender roles, which are highly focused on looking after children and other family members, while they depend solely on the subsistent agriculture to meet their family needs. Madam Chair, frequent droughts have led to poor crop harvest, which in turn have led to food insecurity and high reliance on Ipelering, which is our government social safety net program. The patriarchal nature of Botswana society has led to restrictions on women's ability to influence decision making. Their ownership, control of land and assets are just some of the problems, including GBV, which has been exacerbated by this need. Hardship brought about by loss of livelihoods from livestock have led to some men migrating to areas in search of jobs, leaving women to deal with the impact of climate change. Some women also migrate looking for jobs, while others turn to sex work to make ends meet. The vulnerability, Madam Chair, induced by climate change and the responsibility regarding domestic care work, including looking after children, means that women more than men turn to these safety net programs. The additional burden of providing food and other necessities for the family shows that women in the project sites struggle with poverty much more than men. Madam Chair, there's limited time, But what I can say is that as a result of these findings, all sectors are encouraged to review their policies, programs, and practices to ensure that their agenda is responsive.
Can we have Uganda?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we need to bring to attention of this House about the issues that we are facing as a country, more on issues of climate change, water insecurity. And I want to alert you that as a country, we are having the biggest challenge, having it at the back of our mind, that Uganda is hosting over 1.5 million refugees coming from nearby countries. The pressure is so high on climate issues, and the host communities themselves. We know very well that without a host, there are no refugees. The host community is facing very high water insecurity, climate-related challenges, and this is really a very big challenge to us who come from this part of the world. We need more inclusive climate policies and also climate financing to especially most of the host communities that have been affected by these issues. The refugee is an international burden, we know this, but the responsibility is now only left to host communities, and the challenge is in issues of humanitarian and development programs that could be able to help us to curb the issue of water security and climate change related challenges is lowly funded. When we look at the current affairs, we see very well how all the funding has been diverted or taken to the war of Ukraine and Russia, the conflict. So the rest of the world is left behind with no resource envelopes to support in this kind of challenges we have caused by the refugees. And yet we know very well that once we have pressure from hosting refugees, we shall not be able to have coexistence among us, to promote peaceful coexistence and also inclusive societies in our regions. Drastic reduction in social services, food insecurity, environmental impacts, protection is so another challenge which is building up in most of these societies. All the attention, as I've said, has been taken to other wars, and we forget that women and children are very affected in some of these conflicted areas when they come to be hosted in the host communities. So we were still advocating that let the international community take its burden, and we advocate.
Arab parliaments, please.
آسفة السيدات والسادة، يطيب لي أن أبدأ كلمتي معربة عن خالص سعادتي للمشاركة كممثلة للبرلمان العربي في أعمال الدورة 35 لمنتدى النساء البرلمانيات، والتي تتناول موضوع على قدر كبير من الأهمية، ودور البرلمانيات في تعزيز المساواة بين الرجال والنساء عند صياغة وبلورة السياسات والتشريعات ذات الصلة بالأمن المائي والتغيرات المناخية وتحقيق عمليات السلام المستدامة. ففي الوقت الذي يمر فيه العالم بأزمات وتحديات كثيرة وكوارث طبيعية، تحتاج إلى النظر بصورة أكثر عمقاً ووعياً للتأثير هذه الأزمات على المساواة بين الجنسين. فعلى الرغم من الكثير من النجاحات والإنجازات التي تحققت في مجال المساواة بين الجنسين في الكثير من المجالات، لكن تظل هناك إشكاليات وتحديات تتعلق بخطط الاستجابة للكوارث والأزمات، والتي لا تراعي دائما العامل الجندري، وتفتقر في كثير من الأحيان إلى معالجة حقيقية، سواء في النظرة إلى مدى تأثير النساء بتلك الأزمات أو في النظر إلى دورهن في التصدي لها. في هذا السياق لا بد من الإقرار بأن النساء هن الأكثر تأثراً بتحديات الحقبة الراهنة، والتي على رأسها انعدام الأمن المائي وتغيير المناخ واستمرار الحروب والنزاعات، كما يواجهنا صعوبات في التأقلم مع تلك التحديات. وتكفي الإشارة على سبيل المثال إلى أن 80% من مهاجري أو لاجئي المناخ هن من النساء وفقاً لتقديرات الأمم المتحدة خلال عام 2022. السيدات والسادة، إن العلاقة
Thank you. Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health.
Good afternoon, everybody. As the largest alliance for women's, children's, and adolescent health, we want to bring attention to the fact that has already been stated that climate change is not gender neutral. It's already making worse the vulnerability of women and girls across the world, specifically in relation to health and well-being issues. But despite the impact borne by women, children, and adolescents, women, children, and adolescent health issues are not being integrated in climate policies which lack gender and youth-targeted approaches. For example, UNFPA analysis have shown that out of 50 climate plans or nationally determined contributions, only 6 made direct reference to sexual reproductive health and rights. Many aspects of sexual reproductive health and rights are also superficially referenced in climate policies, including gender equality and participation. Few countries have more substantive and concrete gender components in nationally determined plans and contributions in national adaptation plans. What we would like to urge women parliamentarians is to help ensure that women, children, and adolescent health and well-being issues are prioritized in climate responses in the following ways. One is prioritize climate financing targeted to health and well-being for women, children, and adolescents. Increase investments in climate change and other sectors that address the social and environmental determinants of health and economic well-being that we've heard, and reduce the vulnerability that women, children, and adolescents face as a result of climate-related risks. This includes developing gender and youth-sensitive commitments and investments in multiple sectors, as has already been stated, such as education, health, water, sanitation, food insecurity. Adopt intersectional approaches that recognize multiple forms of discrimination to women, children, and adolescents, including in relation to gender and sexuality, to ensure just adaptations and resilient communities. Conduct vulnerability adaptation assessments at the population level, specifically with respect to the needs of women, children, newborn, and adolescents. Next, define targets to build climate-resilient health systems and infrastructure, including integrated monitoring systems with targeted public health messaging.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, we have World Health Organization.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. So, the World Health Organization was heartened by last year's IPU Kigali Declaration, when parliamentarians committed to stepping up our action for gender equality. But we know that there is a huge amount of work to be done. Despite progress made on several aspects of women's health and rights, gender equality disparities remain. This hampers everyone's right to health. Conflict and nationalistic policies tend to breed patriarchy and pronatalism, increased gender inequalities, and lack of women's bodily autonomy. Gender power relations and gender norms and stereotypes affect women's and men's exposure to vulnerability to certain health risks, their health-seeking behavior, the ability to access health services, and the way that health systems respond to their health needs. The slow progress is an outcome of lack of political will and action, insufficient funding, restrictive laws and policies, harmful gender norms and health systems constraints, including insufficient integration of comprehensive sexual, reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health in national health systems. And women and girls are disproportionately, throughout their lives, affected by water scarcity, climate change, and conflicts, including through additional barriers in access to sexual and reproductive health and services, inadequate hygiene and sanitation facilities, together with harmful gender norms and practices surrounding menstruation, increased risk of abuse and gender-based violence, increased vulnerability to ill health and death during pregnancy and childbirth and for newborns, and barriers to education, working, and overall living in peace and dignity. WHO has been established to advance the right of every human being without distinction of any kind to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, as well as social well-being. We recognize the power of partnership with parliamentarians as we work to move scientific evidence into policy based on common goals to advance gender equality and health for all. We are committed to working with you to prioritize gender equality and the empowerment of women, human rights, and equity, and to ensure a constant focus on leaving no one behind. And we stand ready with the best science, evidence, and guidance when developing legislation and when holding governments to account on their promises to support evidence-based policy making for health and for gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your valuable inputs. I have a request now from Ukraine to reply to the Russian Federation's contribution. You have 1 minute, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to remind us that IPU already adopted 2 resolutions in which we condemning Russian aggression and calling to restore territorial integrity of Ukraine, calling to withdraw the military forces of Russia from Ukraine. And I call to respect all of us, each of us respect the resolutions of IPU, the decisions of IPU, and don't turn our honorable meeting to the episode of George Orwell dystopia with their lies. Thank you.
Okay, let me now turn to our panel for final words. Please, you have the floor for 2 minutes, concluding remarks. Okay. We can start from Ms. Nellen.
Thank you very much for the very rich debate from the floor. As it was well said, only so few female heads of government, only so few, less than 10% female heads of states. So really the next and important step for peace and climate protection, female MPs, I exhort you, after 16 years in Parliament myself, please become heads of states who do not engage in wars, who prevent conflicts or resolve them with comprehensive, gender-sensitive peace agreements and climate actions. Et je salue absolument la proposition française d'inviter l'UIP, plus particulièrement le Forum des femmes parlementaires de l'UIP, à développer un projet de résolution pour une diplomatie féministe et une culture de la paix. On Ukraine and Russian Federation, I would like to make one observation. Less than 1 year ago, we saw negotiation table in Istanbul with 100% men representation as well from the Ukraine side as from the side of Russian Federation. The secretary in the corner was a woman. Please. And then South Africa, yes. Femicides in Switzerland, the socialist women ran a strong campaign against femicide, for free abortion worldwide, and for only yes is yes. Spain is a good legislation for only yes is yes. And then I second to the Philippines and Morocco. You rightly said to include women in all decision-making and to let them become agents for change. I think the Philippines are a very great example, not only because it's my second home country for having worked there 3 years for the International Commission of Jurists some time ago, but women did play a unique role in the peace negotiations, with Miriam Colonel Ferrer being the first woman chief negotiator in the world to sign in 2014 a major peace agreement after decades of war. And last point, this also provided 13 women who are now appointed in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority in the south to the parliament. Minority floor leader and attorney general are women. So thank you also to the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Haider?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I really want to thank each and every delegation for sharing their immense knowledge and commitment. And I want to speak more also as an individual, as a person coming from a very war-torn society that is Lebanon, that is very keen to say, don't ever opt for amnesia, always work on dealing with the past. You will never be able to get out of conflict if you choose amnesia. Unfortunately, my country is an example that has chosen amnesia and therefore is always relapsing into conflict. I wanted also to make a small comment on the issue of definitely we should not be perpetuating the image that we are victim. As I said clearly, women are not inherently vulnerable. You have such a potential, you are an illustration of this power. The most important thing is not to give up, is to create more solidarity among networks, is to be aware of good practices, is to exchange more. And I can tell you that all what I've learned about here, I hope also that we can make use of it within the CEDAW committee. I see very much the complementarity of the work done by this forum for IPU and our work in the committee, because we interact regularly with each country of yours. So your role as parliamentarian, your oversight role on your country's implementation of international convention and agreement is very important to us. It's not just that you put out the legislative framework, it's that you monitor the implementation and how these are respected within your country. And the last point on 1325, let's not forget that there are about more than a dozen of other resolutions equally important, even much more detailed, that are really a tool for implementation for all of you here who are concerned with this issue, and I think we are all concerned. And thanks again to IPU, thanks to Bahrain. It was great sharing this afternoon with all of you.
Thank you. Mr. Putter.
Thank you. As also in our theme today is about parliamentary leadership, I think I'm the only male panel here, so first thing first, I think there's a trust issue, and then I think, thank you for the trust. I think we should work together. I think it's not only the problem of women, but the problem of all human beings. So trust is very important. We can start now, we can go forward together. I think there's the first issue. The second is about respect. Respect to human, respect to nature. And as I mentioned earlier about the philosophy of Trihita Karana is very important. When you have the respect, treat nature not only as a thing, but also has a soul in it. So I think it's very important to have respect, not only for other human, but also for nature. And also we know that we have to be blessed, and also for sure we have been blessed with our Creator, and that's very important. And one thing also, the most important is the commitment together. We can start now, we could work together. I think I'm very lucky here. If I'm not being trusted by all the women, probably I will not be here. But let me assure from me that I think we should work together, male and female. I mean, to find peace, to achieve sustainable peace, to preserve water, food, and also energy, I think is very important, and also to mitigate climate change. I think all this issue, I think it's not the problem of women, but all human beings. And living in harmony is the key to all what we have to do to go forward. I think unity in diversity, its richness, and harmony is very important to work together to the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, colleagues, and the audience. It has been a wonderful experience being in this panel, and thank you all for all your interventions. I think it has been a very important forum for us to discuss the issues affecting women and girls in the context of the climate change and other disasters. Listening to most of the speakers, I think a lot has been done in terms of policies and legal framework to address the issues that are on the table today. And I think the problem we have is the implementation of these legal provisions and the policies, and also the issue of funding to implement some of the national action plans related to climate change management and mitigation of the impact, especially on girls and women. I want to quote again what the colleague from Netherlands said, that politics, a quote from one of the female leaders from the Netherlands, that politics is too important to be left to men alone. Therefore, women and men should participate in politics, because politics is where decisions are made, it is where resources are distributed. Therefore, the presence of women in politics is very important. And that is the very strong message, a good lesson that I've learned and I've heard from one of the female leaders. I would like also to congratulate the 6 countries that have achieved gender parity, 50-50 or slightly above 50, like Rwanda. I can see we are still far behind. Most of the countries are still far behind, but I believe one day we'll get there. And we need to be consistent with our common and collective voices to ensure that we reach gender parity. No matter how long it takes, we will get there. Thank you very much. Let's remain committed and be in solidarity with each other and learn the good lessons and experiences from each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Triggs?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all. It's been a great privilege for me to be here to listen to your approaches and understanding of the plight of women as a consequence of climate change, lack of access to water, conflict. And listening to you, I've learned a lot, but I'm also very aware of the need of the energy that's in the room, the information and the goodwill to try to find solutions. And I think that it would be very important to come away from this meeting with some action plans, for some ideas to take all this energy and do something with it that's going to achieve the outcomes. And now it's obviously not for me to tell the IPU quite how they would go about this, but I think that the key point that most of you have made is that members of parliament, when they have that position of influence and power, can be very effective in changing laws and developing policies. The more women in those positions, of course, the better it's going to be. But we already have a lot of rather marvelous women in these positions. Let us see what IPU can do through its leadership, working with other organizations, including my own and the UN, and to see if we can get an action plan on this issue that could take things forward, to take us to some solutions. I completely agree with my colleague, the speaker from South Sudan. This is the time for implementation. We have the laws, we have the policies in many cases, but we have not been able to give realistic action to the role of women in responding to climate change or preparing for it. I do have a question, and I'll try and pursue it outside, but one of the things that I spoke about earlier is the importance of financial mechanisms to ensure that women are able to achieve livelihoods, to protect themselves, to be engaged more meaningfully in society, and to be self-sufficient. But one of you has mentioned that it was difficult for access to the World Bank funding, and I would really like to explore that, because I do think that one of the ways forward is to be better engaged with the international financial mechanisms. And if that's not working, and women in the poorer segments are not able to have access to it, then it's time we spoke to the World Bank and the regional banks to make sure that they have got access to that funding. So thank you all. I really think it's been a privilege, and I very much look forward to seeing what we can do from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear panelists and colleagues, for all your contributions. I believe that we will leave this forum with a wealth of new ideas of what we can do in our respective countries with regard to the climate change and all its effects on us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you did
it was a pleasure.
Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. It's not easy to sit here.
It's not.